could, I guess. I can start with that.
You can start with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us at this first workshop of today. Today's workshop is going to be about cryptocurrencies. Does it spell the end of the traditional financial systems, and what is next? So with this session, we want to educate people about what blockchain is, what cryptocurrencies are, and why you should take an interest in it at this stage. My partner Anas will join us very shortly, but let's get started. Just a quick intro. So my name is Danosh. Together with Anas, we run the Crypto Sheikhs podcast. If you want to check it out, it's on CryptoSheikhs_podcast on Instagram. We do YouTube videos, and from next year onwards, we're going to start with technical trading analysis and tips for people to get a better idea of where the prices are going in the market, how to analyze the prices, and what we focus on is educational content. So we're here to make, your decision making easier. All right, so we have Anas joining us as well.
Hello, everybody.
So let's get started.
Are we live now?
We're live.
Oh, sweet burrito.
So
hello, everybody in the Metaverse all over the world. How's it going?
Hope you guys are tuning in.
GM out here in Dubai. Oh, actually, we're in Abu Dhabi.
All right, so what is a blockchain? Let's start with that, because if you want to invest into cryptocurrencies, you got to know what you're investing in. And all cryptocurrencies are based on the same thing, and that is the blockchain. So what is that? Let's go through it. So Anas, can you help us explain what a blockchain is?
Yeah, I think the best way to think about a blockchain is sort of like I always say this, a new legal system. So in the current system right now, we have, the existing institutions, we have the courts, etc. And our financial system is built on the existing traditional infrastructure that we have, right? Blockchain can be thought of as a new form of digital infrastructure that allows financial instruments, new forms of currencies to be built on top of it. So I like to think about it as a new legal system. Now, what it is specifically is actually very simple, a database. All right? A database which stores information. And the way I always like to describe it is it's like a book. I don't know if any of you guys are big readers, but when you have a book, you have like a page, right? And on that page, you have, text that can be populated, and then after the text is completed, you flip the page, right? So think about on the blockchain, whenever a transaction goes through. For example, when I'm sending money to Danosh in the form of Bitcoin, the transaction is listed as a line on that page. Once the page gets filled, we have to turn another page, right? And that's a block. So a blockchain is just a chain of blocks that records transactions all over the world. Okay? Now the key distinction about this particular instrument is that it is decentralized. Meaning, when you are operating on the blockchain, everybody has a copy of it. Right? It's not like there's one person in the world who has it. All of us who are participants in the blockchain have a copy of that blockchain.
It's almost like a digital book. So imagine you all are keeping the same book in your hands. So when I send a transaction to you, that transaction gets registered on everyone's book at the same time, simultaneously. And the way it's secured, so let's just quickly go through into mining and what that means, because for a lot of people, mining sounds like you take your shovels and you start mining something. That's not it. Mining, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, basically means that all these people here, if you would like to mine cryptocurrencies, what you do is you're powering the blockchain by bringing your servers and your computers to help these transactions go through. So every time a new line in the book is registered, that line has to go through a very, very complex mathematical problem, which has to be solved through cryptography. So what is cryptography? Now, if we go back to the Second World War, if you remember when the English tried to hack the German Nazi codes that they were sending, they used cryptographic codes to send messages to each other. And the English, they managed through this big computer, which they had.
The Turing machine, I think.
Yeah. So they managed to hack those codes, and that hacking is basically what we are doing now when we do the mining. So how can someone start mining? Well, anyone can do it. I know 13-year-old kids, they connect the server to the computer and they let that server run in their bedrooms. And what they essentially are doing is they're adding this server capacity to help support the security of the blockchain and help these transactions go through.
So this is necessary effectively to secure the network, right? The more people who participate in mining, the more decentralized it is. Now, let me come back to this topic afterwards, because I think it's first important to show a distinction that's very important in the world that we live today. So right now, today, we live in a centralized world. And I use the word trust here quite importantly. Trust in this sense is we are trusting a central institution to manage our financial affairs, all right? So in this case, we might trust the bank, we trust the central bank. Institutions, we trust government, right? All of these institutions are centralized because we don't have any power over them necessarily. Even though, let's say, in some countries we have democracy, we don't actually have the power to understand what's happening behind the scenes, right? The institutions manage this. Now, this is to be distinguished from decentralized trust, where now, if you're participating in a blockchain, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any blockchain out there, you are effectively you're basically just one of many people who participate as a node within the blockchain. Okay, so importantly, no one person can affect the entire network. So when we think about banking, if all of us have money at a bank, okay, I'm not going to name a bank, but just a bank, right? And that bank fails, what happens? We all go down with the bank, right? This is to be distinguished, though, from crypto. If any one node fails, that's not going to result in the destruction of the entire network, because the network is decentralized enough that no one person can affect the entire network. Yeah, so in that sense, it's very democratized.
So let's say you're adding computational power to the blockchain and your servers break down. That is not going to affect the longevity or the blockchain sustaining as a network. Now, the other thing is also, think about these authorities, these middlemen, as a black box. So I'm having a lot of problems with the banks. I'm sure everyone in here at some point has had an issue with a bank. You send a payment, you wanted to follow up on it, there was something you had to do, and you had to contact the customer service. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you a very recent example. In my company, we did a transaction, so we sent some money abroad to Ukraine, to one of our suppliers. And it's been about a week, and they still haven't received the money. So we contacted the bank. We said, where is the money we sent them? And they were like, we don't know. So we checked with the supplier's bank, and they said, we don't know. You have to check with your bank. So we went back to our bank, and we started an investigation. So now it's being investigated. Where has this money gone? I mean, we're gonna find out sooner or later where it is. But the fact that you cannot directly go online and see exactly where your money is problematic. It's like a black box that you have to trust. And what blockchain solves for is that centralization of authority, of power, and it creates transparency. When a transaction happens on a blockchain, it's fully transparent.
So what he means by transparent is that it's public. So if I send money to anybody in this room on a blockchain, anybody in this room can actually see that transaction. There are private blockchains, but the majority of the most successful blockchains today are all public. So if I'm using Ethereum, right, you can go on an Etherscan and very quickly see how or where the money has gone. So recently I had a transaction like this go through. I was sending some XRP to an exchange, okay? And the exchange didn't register my XRP, and XRP is a cryptocurrency, just for those who don't know. And what I did was, instead of calling customer service at the exchange and going through a long process, I just went straight into the public ledger for XRP. I found my transaction because I knew the transaction ID. I could easily look it up. I found the money that was sent, and then I just sort of forwarded it by email to the exchange. The exchange said, "Oh, thank you, wonderful. We registered your transfer publicly," and they immediately then corrected it themselves. So I didn't have to worry about where the money went. I could verify on the blockchain that it was actually sent to the correct source, the exchange. And that's quite important, right, for peace of mind. A lot of people, like in your case, you're sending money, and if it's a large sum of money and you don't know where it's gone, it's a source of great strife, definitely. Now, other things I also want to talk about, though, in terms of centralized and traditional banking, is also the KYC aspects, right? So recently, I sent money to a family member, actually my father. And this is actually from an English bank that I use. And they actually stopped the transaction because it was not a usual transaction. It wasn't for a large sum of money, just like $4,000. But they sent me an email saying, we don't usually see you sending money like this. It's sort of unconventional for us. Can you explain who the person is? So I had to share the passport of my dad, share all kinds of documentation. They then asked me if I was going to be sending more money to this person. And I said, why all the fuss? I mean, I understand general KYC is important for black money and all that kind of thing. But the truth is, in crypto, that wouldn't be possible, right? Because there's no middleman between me and Danosh sending money. So if I have crypto stored on any sort of cryptocurrency wallet, a Trust wallet, a MetaMask, whatever it is, and I send it directly to Danosh, nobody can stop me from doing that. No one's going to call me and say, who is Danosh and why are you sending it to him? Because it's decentralized. There's no centralized authority to get in between us. So that's a very, very critical part of the philosophy behind cryptocurrency and Bitcoin in particular.
So do you guys have an idea of how many people in the world are unbanked, do not have a bank account? Can someone have a guess? How many? 30%? Yeah, that's about right. So about 30% of the world's population do not have a bank. Around 3 billion people. Just let that sink in for a second.
They don't have a bank because they can't fulfill the requirements for getting a bank.
So when you are in a situation, let's say you're in Africa and you don't have access to the banking system, try to open a bank account. If you go there, first of all, they're going to discriminate you because you don't have the track record, the credit ratings, and all those things that are needed. You don't fulfill a certain criteria. But what blockchain solves for is it's completely democratized. It does not discriminate on gender, race, or where you're from.
So all you need is a phone and I guess an internet connection. That's the one sort of important barrier to entry right now. I recently spoke to someone about this. So in Africa, there's a lot of unbanked populations there. And I think as we see greater internet exposure, I think the ability for people to bank themselves will be greatly sort of improved.
And what's interesting is actually in some of these places, they never used the old phones. They started with smartphones right away.
They're jumping ahead in that sense, yeah.
And I think the same thing is going to happen with the bank accounts.
So I just wanted to also showcase this image, which is, effectively like an image from Canary Wharf, the banking industry, right? These are huge buildings, right? And, have you ever asked yourself, why do banks require such large buildings to house so many people to work for them? Well, why is that necessary, right? Well, the banking system requires, various members of staff. There's marketing, there's the corporates, there's all kinds of different
legal,
all kinds of elements within that banking sector. And what's crazy now is that a lot of this is excess fat that can be excised because of decentralized finance. Decentralized finance effectively allows banking to be undertaken by a group of just 20 to 30 developers who are producing a smart contract or a platform of some sort.
So decentralized finance, which is basically banking in the blockchain, anyone here, if you have a strong team of developers, you can easily set up a bank. In fact, if you own crypto on your wallet, you can start lending that out. You can become your own bank. You don't need to go to the bank for a loan. If you have crypto in your wallet, you can take a loan against it as a collateral. You can use it as a collateral to take out a loan against that crypto. And that's the beauty of how this space is developing.
Exactly, exactly. All right, let's move on to some of the more important core tenets of why Bitcoin was created in the first place. And this requires us walking down history a little bit. So, history of money. I'm sure many of you know that right now we live in a fiat world, right? A fiat means that the money that we use is not backed by anything. It's just paper, right? And it can be printed by the centralized authorities that run the system at the moment. But in the past, and going back as far as the Greeks and the Roman times, right? We started off initially on silver and gold, right? In China, silver was the dominant currency for a long time. In Rome, it was gold and silver, and this was important for a key reason, right? Silver and gold are limited in supply, right, on this earth. We cannot easily find the sources of gold and silver. And it's for this reason, for the longest time in history, they were used as money because they could become a store of value, right? If I hold gold for 10 years, it's very likely, well, it is true that the value of that gold will either go up or stay stable, right? So saving your money in gold in ancient times was a way to hold the value of your work. You produce your labor, you exchange your labor for gold, and you're able to save. Now, as we progressed throughout history, eventually we had the various sort of more modern financial systems began to emerge, such as the Dutch, the English, you know, now the United States. And when they issued their currencies, they backed it by gold, right? For the same reasons that I've described before, right? To ensure that the money would hold value. So you can see up here the US dollar back before 1971, $20 in gold coin payable to the bearer on demand. Meaning, if you took this $20 bill to the Federal Reserve in the United States before 1971, you could be redeemed in gold.
It wasn't just paper.
Exactly. There was something quite solid behind it. Now, ever since 1971, Richard Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard and completely changed the world as we know it, right? Because since that time, we have all lived in a fiat world. This was essential at the time because of Vietnam. They were looking to engage in war, in the sort of the battle in Vietnam, and they couldn't really afford for that war, so they had to take the gold off the stand because people from all around the world were redeeming their gold against the dollar, and the dollar was looking to lose a lot of value, and a lot of gold was disappearing. So Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard so he could print money to fund the war, right? And what we've seen since then is just an extraordinary, massive growth in money printing whenever we've seen a crisis to address all kinds of things that government looks to do. In 2020, we've seen the most extraordinary expansion of the currency in the United States, where close to 40% of all US dollars in existence, the US dollar has existed since, you know, the 1700s when it was issued, in existence, 40% of all US dollars in its existence was created in 1 year, 2020.
So just to break that down very quickly, what Anas just said, before you had every dollar backed by gold. Now you can't have, like, if you print $1 trillion, you can't back it by gold. How are you going to do that? So because that's removed, just by the push of a button, you can now bring in so much more capital into the markets, and that's going to create inevitably inflation. And this is a bit scary because we have seen in history, throughout history, in periods of inflation, it has usually followed by different types of conflicts in the world. Different types of wars have been started because inflation affects, affects the people. It doesn't affect the rich. It affects the people that it will hurt the most, the working people, the everyday people. So for everyone in here, the whole reason why we are standing here today is because we would like you to understand this concept of inflation so that you can take more responsibility for your finances and hopefully hedge against it.
Yes, inflation is one of the most serious causes of financial crises and the destruction of the middle class throughout history. And this episode that we're seeing right now is actually just a cycle in history, if you look back.
Just let's explain inflation for 1 second.
Yes, that's a very important concept.
Inflation basically means that the value of your money, which you have today, let's say you have $100 today, you can buy, I don't know, 5 kilos of meat, 3 baskets of egg. That same $100 in a year from now is going to be less valuable. Why? Because you're not going to be able to buy as much as you did right now. That is inflation. And as we print more money, we increase the supply of money in the market, so the money loses its value. So when you guys are holding your money in your bank accounts, it automatically just loses value over time.
So a good example of this is, so my father in 1990, he'd managed to save up close to $100,000 at the time, okay? And what's interesting is I did a little sort of calculation on what would happen had he just taken that money, that $100,000, and put it under his bed, okay? And just let it sit there for the next use until 2020. Not put it to use at all. How much do you think that $100,000 is now worth in 2021? Any guesses? It's close to 50% off. So it's close to now about $48,000. So in that period, because of the amount of money printing that's come through, the value of that savings has lost close to 50%. So if you are a person or a family whose savings is largely in cash, and you're looking to put the cash away for your family over a longer period of time, you're going to see a lot of that wealth preservation actually being destroyed if you don't put it in hedges to inflation, right? And I just wanted to showcase this, the chancellor on the brink of the second bailout for banks. This was the key kind of stimulus that led to the creation of Bitcoin, right? In 2008,
2009, 3rd of Jan.
Yeah, 2009, in England, they were printing a lot more money, and what they do is when the central bank prints money, they actually give it to the banks because they think the banks are going to loan it out to other people. But what actually happens, though, is that this money doesn't ever get trickled down to all of us. It actually stays at the top because the banks use that to either lend to corporations or to people, high net worth individuals, who just buy stocks with it, leading to one of the most enormous creations of income inequality anyone has ever seen in the history of mankind. It's really, really quite astronomical. And this kind of thing is actually what has caused in the past serious wars. In 1922, the same thing happened in Germany. Germany took their money off the gold standard because they lost World War I. They had to print their way to pay off their war debts. And so they printed their way to oblivion, leading to that images I'm sure you've seen of people carting money on wheelbarrows, right? Yeah. Well, what happened after that? It led to World War II because Hitler rose on the back of a huge amount of income inequality arising in Germany. This is one of the key worries I have for today.
So we talked now about the background. Now let's get into, how it all started. All right. So this is the first block of Bitcoin, and in the Genesis block, which was the initial block, the first block that Satoshi Nakamoto released, and no one really knows who Satoshi is. This guy is anonymous. He goes by his pseudonym. Some people think that he might be part of the NSA in the US or the CIA. Some people think that he might be part of the Chinese government. No one really knows. So in his block, if you look at the text down there, it says, "The Times, 3rd of Jan 2009, Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for Banksy." So obviously he had a bit of humor, and he wanted to, obviously he's a big supporter of Banksy. But that's quite funny because it shows that Bitcoin came as an answer to what was happening in the financial markets right after the financial crisis.
Yes, effectively, this newspaper article was used as, you know, the initial text on the Bitcoin block, Genesis block, which again, like the history I've just mentioned to you, Bitcoin was created as a response to money printing. Why? Because it's capped at 21 million. So it looks to sort of capture the hedging characteristics of gold. However, putting that sort of in a digital realm, i.e. it's digital gold. That's the kind of the reputation it's kind of built for itself.
So the main question we have is, can Bitcoin replace money?
Yes. And so here I have an interesting analysis, because the definition of money is a very, very interesting concept. And the way a lot of people tend to define it is through these characteristics here. These 6 characteristics. The first thing is it has to be durable, right? So if you're taking money to buy, you know, vegetables, you have to ensure that by the time you walk to the store, it's still valuable. It's still there, right? So bread, for example, can't be money because it might disintegrate in your pocket, right? So first thing, is Bitcoin durable? Absolutely, right? Because, well, any cryptocurrency is durable because it's sort of on a wallet in the digital space. It won't disintegrate when you move. Portability. Can it be moved? So in the past, we had to have those gold pouches back in the 1800s, etc. And then we moved to fiat, where we had paper, which is a little bit more portable. But now, I mean, if you really want to move large sums of cash, you know, from one place to another, yeah, you can use your credit card, of course. But Bitcoin is sort of like the credit card 3.0, right?
You can transport it very easily.
Because it's on your phone. Divisibility. It has to be divisible because when you buy products, sometimes they're in different denominations, right? 0.x whatever, right? The thing about crypto, which is interesting, is infinitely divisible. So when you divide anything, you know, let's say there's 2 of us paying for a good, sometimes the divisibility doesn't lead to each of us having an equal share. We can infinitely divide any cryptocurrency, so the shares between us are actually perfectly equal.
So imagine a gold bar. A gold bar can't really be used as a money because it's not divisible. If you want to divide it into 1,000 pieces, it's going to take you a lot of effort.
Chip the gold off and maybe a little bit of shavings to drop on. You know, it doesn't make sense, right? Uniformity. This is a key concept. You know, my money, if he has dollars and I have dollars, it should be interchangeable, right? If he has bread and I have fruit, that's not necessarily interchangeable, right? Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency is uniform because every subsequent issuance of that cryptocurrency is exactly the same as the other. It's uniform in that sense. And finally, limited in supply, right? A currency that's limited in supply for the reasons that we described earlier leads to the currency holding value over time, because a limited supply combined with demand leads to it either growing in value or holding its value.
Just like the US dollar.
Yeah.
Not.
He's joking. Yeah, the US dollar is not limited in supply because it can be printed. Well, in fact, any fiat currency. I think many of you might also hear of what's happened in Lebanon. Lebanon is going through hyperinflation, and that's in many ways the extreme example of what happens when you print far too much money.
And that's not the only example. We're seeing in a lot of countries, and throughout history, we have seen people knocking on the doors of the banks. Same thing happened in Argentina, same thing happened in Germany.
Zimbabwe.
Everywhere. So, but the interesting thing is that we didn't have the same type of money printing in the past. So it is quite scary to see what the future will hold for some of these economies.
The final point here is acceptability. The currency has to be legal tender, i.e. it needs to be acceptable so that the institutions, the legal system accepts it for the purchase of goods and services, right? Right now, there's a question mark over whether crypto will be acceptable. It fulfills all these other characteristics, but what's been quite interesting this year is that we saw the first country formally enact a law sort of declaring Bitcoin a valid currency. So El Salvador did this. And what's interesting is the big question now is how many other countries will follow in their steps.
So we do know that there are some countries that are currently looking into following into El Salvador's steps. And if that happens, you know, God knows how far this can go. So I have an interesting slide here, and I can't take credit for it, unfortunately. I stole it from a guy called Dr. Farzam Kamal Abadi from the Future Trends Group. But I find this slide very interesting, and the reason for that is it shows how technology has evolved over time and how returns have evolved throughout history. So in the past, if you look at the Rockefellers, you know, the big shots, in order for them, and even locally here, you know, the Kanu Group, for them to amass the type of wealth of 30 to 50 billion dollars, it took them 100 to 200 years. And these are traditional industries, you know, these are steel industries, paints, you name it. And then we moved into the stock market era where you could raise capital in the stock markets, and you had some huge billionaires coming out of that. And it took them around 60 to 70 years to amass the same type of wealth. And then after that, we transitioned into the internet era. And in the internet era, we had people like Jack Ma at Alibaba, people like Steve Jobs, you know, all these big shots, Bill Gates. For them to create that same type of wealth would take approximately 18 to 20 years. And the returns were far more attractive. And as we progress now through technology, and as we evolve with the emergence of blockchain technologies, what we're seeing is that generating the same type of wealth is taking a significant smaller amount of time. So why am I saying this? So this is one of the biggest wealth generation opportunities in human history. And if you guys, you know, want to get involved and understand this more, just to take, you know, more ownership and responsibility for your own private finances, you should really understand blockchain technologies and how they can solve for different problems. So as we see today, they're cutting out the middleman in industry after industry, and that is essentially why you're seeing, you know, annual returns of up to 1,000x. So, yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what the next generation of technology is going to be and how that's going to affect this whole picture.
Vitalik Buterin, just, you know, to reference him, he's the founder of Ethereum. He's 27 now, but when he founded Ethereum, he was very young.
He started Ethereum when he was 17, 18.
Yeah, and in the span of 4 to 6 years, he's become a billionaire. Many other people in the industry, such as CZ from Binance, FTX, Sam, you know, these guys have made astronomical amounts of wealth. Like you said, the same amount of wealth that these other people have made in a short period of time.
Hundreds of years.
Yeah. So I wanted to show this kind of to reflect. This is not a reflection of, you know, every coin that's, you know, we have over 5,000 cryptocurrencies now, and a lot of them are absolutely rubbish. I wouldn't, you know, vouch for many of them, and many of them are scams. But I wanted to show some of the most top-performing real projects out there, and some of the most interesting returns we've seen. You know, the top one up there is Axie Infinity. Some of you may have heard of it. It's one of the most interesting NFT gaming platforms and games generally. The number there says the change on the years 22,347, but actually that's not actually accurate. It's actually higher. It's close to 202,000%, and that's because of the uptake that's taken place this entire the past year. If any one of you have bought Axie Infinity, you must be doing very well. So congrats to you.
So just to give you some perspective, you know, if you're really lucky in the stock market, you might be looking at an annual return of 30%. But in the cryptocurrency market, now don't expect to get these returns. These are the very extreme scale of things. But you can easily lend out your cryptocurrencies and get a safe 5 to 6% per year. So that just shows how this is revolutionizing the financial systems, the financial world, and how you can hopefully benefit from it.
But I also wanted to just talk about what's happening here. Like, why are these projects doing well? The likes of Terra, Gala, Polygon, etc. You know, these are all, like you said, building different things in the financial system, but also in culture, in gaming, in lifestyle. So Axie Infinity is gaming, right? As we move further into the metaverse, right, more people are playing video games, and you can see in this place we have a lot of video gaming companies are massively growing in the crypto space. So the gaming industry is incredibly bullish within the crypto space. So Gala has done very well, Axie Infinity. Other things also, like Polygon. So Polygon is building like a layer 2 platform on Ethereum. They're doing things also with gaming and different and also decentralized finance. You know, they're also then able to capture a lot of value. Terra, they're producing lending, they're doing stable coin issuance. So the point I'm trying to make here is when you're looking at projects in crypto, it's important to do these important due diligence and understand what are they actually building. And why are they building it? What is the point, right? There's a lot of scammy projects out there. So
make sure you always, spend some time doing some research and really understanding and learning about this, because it is risky. It's still early days. A lot of these projects might fail, just like in the stock markets and with a lot of the penny stocks.
Cryptocurrency investing is very much like VC investing, right? Venture capital. You're investing in projects because you believe in the potential, the dream that company that's getting funded might build. So a lot of these are doing the same thing. There's a lot of hype and speculation about what they might build. Solana is one of the top performing coins because it might become a competitor to Ethereum and might take the show away from Ethereum. But very recently we saw this week that its servers collapsed, leading to blocks in the blockchain not working out. So nothing is, certain about any of these currencies. But the great thing is we're in a very early time. So getting in now and accepting a bit of losses as you go through is a necessary part of learning how this all works. Okay. Now, I wanted to just show this image, which is decentralized finance. We talked about it earlier. This shows the growth, effectively, of how much decentralized finance is beginning to sort of take market share away from traditional banking. The current value is 81.79 billion, which is peanuts. Okay, the total value of the banking industry is, I think, something like I don't even know. It's a huge number in the quadrillions. Yeah. This just shows how many people are in the DeFi space, loaning their money out, using insurance. You'll be absolutely surprised how many services that bankers offer now can be replaced in decentralized finance. So think about, car loans, insurance, medical loans, loans generally, mortgages. This entire market is up for grabs by the decentralized finance space.
So basically what this is that everyone in here, we can lend out money to each other without the need for middlemen. And all these protocols that are being built on different types of blockchains are taking more and more market share from the traditional banks. And we are seeing the banks are scared. They are really, really scared right now that this will take over. And they should be scared. They should either adopt it or roll with the punches, because this is not going to go anywhere. All right, guys. So thank you so much. We are the Crypto Shakes podcast. We would love to, have you guys at our next session as well. We're going to do a session on NFTs. And also, please check out our social media channels if you want to learn more about cryptocurrencies.
Yeah. So what we do generally is we interview. Sheikhs just means, leaders in Arabic. So we interview the leading leaders in crypto out here in the Middle East. We sit down with them and we try to get from them key ideas that simplify crypto for everyday people, right? So recently we talked about Solana with a big sort of entrepreneur here, Mende. When we talked to him, Solana had not actually flown big time. He's building on Solana. After that, we saw Solana go up more than 800%. So people who bought into Solana after a podcast session with him, probably did very well. We've recently had Tom from Helicon NFTs on our podcast as well, where we go a deep dive into what he's building with this entire thing, the NFT platform, the gaming platform. So we try to do this every week, where we release an episode with other sort of significant players in the crypto space. Please follow our Instagram. Our Instagram posts not just the podcast, but also easy soundbite posts by our team who produce information on how to use MetaMask or how to buy your first cryptocurrency, simple stuff like that, so that normal everyday people can get started and learn how why this space is expanding so rapidly.
Thank you so much, guys. You've been great. I just want to open up if anyone have any questions. We can maybe do some quick questions.
So when it comes to digital assets, I'm still a skeptic, But I understand the concept when we go into it. My only fear is that in third world countries or developing nations who are still using brick and mortar materials, concrete, physical paintings and real cash will be behind in prioritizing to sustain in the real world rather than the digital asset or metaverse. How can we ensure that there won't be inequality between countries who are focused on the digital asset world while the developing nations will be behind because they're not infrastructurally correct for that?
It's a very good question, and unfortunately the world is getting even more unequal. Cryptocurrencies have in some way contributed to a huge growth in wealth inequality between those who have come in early and those who are coming in now. But I believe what's happening is this space is expanding at a rapid rate. So everybody who's come into the space right now is the cookie jar is not limited. It continues to grow as capital begins to pour in. The one thing I am somewhat a little bit worried about is there are countries, you know, who are underdeveloped that don't have the right infrastructure for it just yet. Where I'm optimistic is there's been talk a lot about how satellites might bring internet more accessible all over the world. If you have accessible internet to, you know, a lot of the 30% who are unbanked, that's a whole new population of people who can enter the space. And when we say cryptocurrencies as well, we're not just thinking about, you know, these assets that, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, we have stable coins as well. And it's very likely if the world begins to move, so we've heard about, you know, the various countries looking to adopt digital currencies generally, right? If many of these developing countries begin to adopt that as well, it will be a way for many of these countries and people there to build very quickly. If they have internet access, they have a phone, they can very easily start a company, a startup in the space, if they can get developers. Crypto offers one of the easiest ways to get into technology vis-a-vis some of the other technological platforms in the past because you don't have middlemen anymore. You can sell directly to consumer. You can go directly to your market. And in that sense, I believe for the world, this will be an equalizer of some sort. That's what I'll say there.
All right, thank you so much, guys. So don't miss out on the blockchain party later on at 1:30 in the Helicon studio. I can promise you, you're going to be in for a surprise. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
We have another session now, don't we?
Yeah, we have a session on NFTs.
So don't leave. If you're interested in NFTs, we're doing a deep dive into NFTs now. So this is another layer. It's a little bit more deeper than this. But stick around if you're interested. This is actually something that Danosh and I are very passionate about because we actually run an NFT company called Arts DAO. I need some time.
Okay.
Just let me go. Awesome. Thank you.
Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it.
We're here.
Our hardware wallet. So for our off-chain wallet, we support over 50 main chains, and now it's chosen. It's in use by over 1 million users. And also we have investment and trading and hypercard. I'll talk about later in details. For the also, if you are managing your asset with your friends, with your family, with your coworkers, you can always use the multi-signature wallet from the off-chain wallet. So for the on-chain wallet, it is actually a built-in wallet for your phone, and you keep your private key locally in your iPhone or Android phone. And it supports over 28 minutes. And because the private key is privately isolated in your phone, you don't risk your money with the exchange that is managing your asset. So also with your on-chain wallet, you can access the fantastic ecology of DApp and DEX. And that brings us to the hardware wallet of Hyperpay, which is called Hypermate Pro. I can show you an example here. So we all use a hardware wallet now, and this is our newest version. So even with the bag, it's a signal-proof bag. So if you keep your hardware wallet in this, no penetration can be done from the hackers. And the hardware wallet itself, the battery stands for over 700 hours use, and in the hardware wallet, we support over 15 minutes, and we have increased the RAM, so you can actually install more minutes in the hardware wallet. And it's a fingerprint. I think it's one of the few fingerprint-proof hardware wallet in the market at the moment. And also, one point of the keeping the your keywords is with your. Most people write it down on a piece of paper, but at Hyperpay, we provide you with an aluminum card. So you can write it down, and this is waterproof and fireproof. Also, we give you a secret notebook. So with the notebook, you can always add a number from your keyword, so you can keep it even further away down from the original keyword. For example, if your keyword is ABC and your personal favorite number is 7, you can always add 7 from the notebook and change it to something else. So no one can ever guess what is your secret word, secret keyword. And after safely managing your asset within the wallet, what can we always do? Because the most question people ask about crypto is, can you use it in real life? So with Hyperbank, we created this hypercard that you can easily access from our application. It's a virtual card plus physical card. You can actually use it on a daily purchase. And we have got about 10,000 users globally using it for daily grocery and buying tickets, and even people are buying cars from this card. Also, we developed this ATM machine that you can deposit and withdraw with the local currency to get cryptocurrency. On top of that, if you are looking not only looking to use your crypto asset and you're looking to invest with your crypto asset in the wallet, we have a matrix for you to have different varieties of return. For example, we have fixed return and current return, but on top of that, we have decentralized investment as well. As a strong believer of decentralization, we don't charge any fee on DeFi mining and as well as P2P learning. So the loaner and the borrower will always share the same rate of the day. So people do need to trade as well, and when people do trading from wallet, they need to normally withdraw the money from the exchange, from the wallet. But for us, we built in 3 different ways for you to trade. Firstly, you can always buy crypto if you want to invest more. You can buy with crypto credit card, Visa or Master. And also, we built in an API connection with the top exchanges like Binance and Huobi. So you can always get the best rate, and we don't charge anything from in the between. Also, we built it in CoinW Exchange for your ultimate experience. So that brings us to corporate solution. Other than individuals, there are more and more exchanges and platforms and projects that are looking to keep their asset, but they don't have the strong enough security team. So what we did is we have a HyperBC custody service solution. So for exchanging and traditional bank and e-commerce companies, you can always keep your asset with our system. So I won't talk too much about this, but if you're a business owner, you're looking to have a better solution for your asset security, come to us, we can talk to it more in detail. And one of the key features of our corporate solution is MPC, so multiple person computing. So traditional MPC, the administrator of the platform can always access to your private key. So the mechanism of MPC is they cut the private key into separate parts. But with us, we have created a separate layer to make sure that even the administration cannot access to your private key. So it's at the moment, it's one of the highest level of security. And furthermore, for retail customers, we have this two systems which are called HyperPay, HPay, and HPOS, for retailers to have their POS machine and their QR code payment solution. So yeah, if you are interested in this one, we can talk about it in detail as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks one more time for Sebastian Zhao for sharing some great information on that. Can I quickly check if there's anyone who has a question that might want to check in with Sebastian about? We can ask now, sure. Could you just tell us your name and your question, please?
Hi, Kumar here. Actually, I'm using a SafePal wallet. SafePal. Yeah. So it is tightly linked with the Binance. So we can easily transfer the coins, and then they do give a lot of free giveaways whenever they are promoting something. So and then how secured this one when you compare to the SafePal? How secured your wallet is? Yeah. Security. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. How it's secured than a SafePal wallet? Yeah, how it's more secure.
How's it more secure than?
Okay, for the on-chain wallet, because you manage your key, the private key yourself, right? It's mainly about yourself, and you keep the hardware or the. Sorry. The piece of metal, yes, of course. This is included in all packages for you to keep your the keyword for your private key. Yeah. And I don't know if that's answering your question. Yeah, of course. Because with a private key, you control it yourself. But the risk of a private key is when you lose your private key and you lose your memory code, that means no one can trace it back for you. That's why we are talking about a matrix of 3 different kind of storing method. So you don't always keep your money only on-chain or only on off-chain. Because if you lose it from an on-chain wallet, I can't find it for you. Yep. The activate. The device. Oh, this is when you use this memory card. So you use the memory card to restore your key, to restore your private key. Yeah. So that's how on-chain wallets work, or cold wallet works. Yep.
Thank you, Kumar, for that question. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you again for your time. You'll be around today. Yeah. So if you do want to catch Sebastian around, he's walking around. We're going to move on to our second presentation in a second. Thank you very much again, Sebastian. We're just going to introduce our next speakers on. These two, I got my order wrong a bit earlier. They're going to be speaking about new coins and how to find them. Have I got that right this time? All right. Thank you, Mazhar.
Thank you.
And
hello, everyone. Hi. Hello, everyone. It's working? Hello? It's working, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mazhar from CoinW, and my friend Mahmoud. Today I want to speak about coins and how to find the coins. So let's be straight and forward. If someone has told me to invest in Bitcoin back to 2009 when it was only a cent, maybe I would become a millionaire today. But of course, too bad this didn't happen. So the question is why? Every day there is a new coin in the market, and it's very difficult with a huge number of new coins in the market. It will be very difficult to know about them. if you don't have an army of technicians. And of course, it will take time to be listed on the other platform or trading platform. So the question is how to find these coins. Imagine the number of the coins every day at the market, we don't know about it. So let me introduce the fastest crypto exchange platform can provide all that for you. CoinW.
Yeah, thanks, Mazhar. So let's talk about the service that provided by CoinW. So CoinW is world-class integrated trading platform, as we know. So we are providing multiple service, future service, and also spot, leverage, investment, and swap, also ETF. So I do believe all of us know about all this service. So we are ensured that providing all service that needed by the users.
And let's talk about, there is three strengths to stress. One, the world first listing of many prospective projects, bringing a high return to investors. Non-stop activities and benefit of the exchange and the communities. Platform value points, coins for all users. And also currently CoinW has more than 6 million users around the world, ranked 8th among global exchange.
Great. So let's talk about the features. So the question is, why CoinW? So the answer is simply that we are providing high level of secure, confident, efficient cryptocurrency services. So this is a simple answer. So this is the important feature that we are working with it in CoinW to make sure that our platform, our users, secured from any hack maybe happen in the future. And also we are providing, all of us looking for giveaways. So we are providing giveaways from time to time as well on our platform.
Yeah, other feature is CoinW is dedicated to selecting high quality crypto assets for investors and creating new model of technology finance for users, such as compliance, efficiency, full layout, and tech leader.
Yeah, one more thing, Mazhar, that we are providing credit card payments to our users to able to purchase cryptocurrency from our platform, which is very good thing that just happened with CoinW. So as you can see that we are providing different currencies like US dollars, euros, and also British pound.
So please download the app. It's available on Google App and App Store. You can scan the QR code if you want to download CoinW app.
Yeah, we will happy to join us. Thanks so much. Thank you,
Good
guys.
luck. Thank you so much.
We're here in blockchain world with our very own Tom Palmer. How are you, man?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm much less stressed now that I've completed my speech.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Going off of your speech, could you tell me a bit about it? Like, what are the main things that you talked about?
Yeah, so I didn't want to dive into too much detail because I feel like that would drag on a little bit during the speech. But the main takeaways is that Helicon NFT is a gaming NFT company, a decentralized finance platform. We want to put the power back into the gamers' hands through giving them ownership and control of their digital assets. We feel like it's only fair. because they're spending money on the game. Gaming developer earns a lot of money from that. I think it's about time they should probably give back. So that is what we're doing. We're aggregating game developers onto our platform in order to create play-to-earn games specifically on the blockchain with NFT involved as well. But we're also creating our own games.
But we help build projects for them, so specific types of projects. We'll go into that in a second. But before we jump into that, let's start by defining NFTs. Do you have dollars with you?
I might have dollars with me. Let me check.
So NFTs, I'm sure many of you guys know, NFTs stand for non-fungible tokens. And I think if you were here in my previous session where we talked about blockchain from the start, you'll remember I said that the blockchain should be thought about like a new legal system, right? Now, what are NFTs? NFTs are not synonymous with art. Let's get that first myth out, okay? NFTs don't mean a new form of digital art. Think about, let's start with something that we all understand, property. How many people here rent a property or own one? We all do, right? All of us either rent or own a property. And when we do that, the first thing we do when we get any kind of tenancy or a property is that we get either a title deed or a tenancy agreement, right? And if I were to, let's say I'm the seller of a piece of property to any of you, if I were to sell property to you and not give you that title deed, would you buy it?
No.
No, right? That property has no value without the title deed because the title deed reflects your ownership of that property. That ownership of that property also allows you under the legal system here, the courts, to sell your property, right? That's exactly what NFTs are, except on the digital plane. NFTs are a certificate of ownership that can be attached to any asset so that you can reflect or proclaim your ownership of that asset and so that you can deal with it as you wish, such as sell it, lease it, rent it out, or do any other things that anyone would do with assets.
So the way I like to explain NFTs is imagine Ethereum. So most NFTs nowadays, right now, are built on the Ethereum blockchain. So imagine Ethereum. Imagine you sending one coin, one Ethereum coin to someone. Now that is a traditional, regular cryptocurrency coin. But now imagine you're attaching audio, video, and pictures, any of it, to that coin. Then that suddenly becomes an NFT. And it's a non-fungible token, and we will break down what non-fungible means. So non-fungible is basically, let's first break down the word. What is fungible? What's fungible, Anas?
So fungible just means interchangeable, right? That two things are effectively the same. And the best way to show this is through an example. So right now here I've got 100 dirhams, okay? And Danosh also has 100 dirhams.
Yesterday we had $100, but they disappeared.
They disappeared somewhere. So if I go up to Danosh and I take this 100 dirhams, he takes that 100 dirhams, has anything changed? No. I still own 100 dirhams, he still owns 100 dirhams. These 200 dirham bills are fungible because they're interchangeable with one another. Non-fungibility is the opposite. So for example, if, you know, oh yeah, he's got this beautiful, lovely chain here, right? If I want to swap this 100 dirham bill for that chain,
hell no.
It's not going to work.
No,
because that chain is non-fungible. It's somewhat unique in its own way, and it cannot be replicated in millions of denominations. Right?
So non-fungible just means that something is unique, like the Mona Lisa. She's unique.
So this is an important concept. A lot of people say with the whole JPEG. So right now we're talking about NFTs. NFTs are digital paint. So we have NFTs for digital pieces of work right now. You can see many of them there and throughout, you know, this conference. And many people might say, oh, so it's just a JPEG. And if I just copy and paste that JPEG, I own it too, right? But if I were to show you this example where I say, oh, I've got a photo of the Mona Lisa, and there's the real Mona Lisa in the Louvre in Paris, Does my photo allow me to sell the Mona Lisa? Absolutely not, right? I can't take that. I mean, I could sell the photo of the Mona Lisa that I have. It might sell for a couple of cents, right? It might not actually be worth anything. But that Mona Lisa, the original one's worth several millions, right? And only the real owner of that Mona Lisa can sell it, right? The Louvre in this case. So what I'm trying to say here is what's happened. Now, this is the physical world. In the digital world, though, we also have assets. We can have assets in the digital world that can have value. But how do we capture that value if they're not physical, right? NFTs. NFTs reflect your ownership on a given blockchain. So the Ethereum blockchain is what's being used right now. If I own the NFT for a given art of work and it's digital, I can now sell it to someone else because my ownership is reflected, as we talked about earlier, on the public blockchain of Ethereum.
On the blockchain. Yeah.
Okay? So he talked about this. There are other blockchains that now support NFTs. Effectively, you don't necessarily, most of the platforms that support NFTs are those platforms, those blockchains that have smart contracts. So Ethereum was one of the first to pioneer this. A smart contract is just like a legal contract, except that it executes a line of code instead of, think about your conventional contract. You have two parties, we have to enter it, we have to sign it. It's quite a laborious process, all right? I used to be a lawyer, so this was my bread and butter for a long period of my life. But what's different about smart contracts is that me and him can enter into a contract without a piece of paper. The only thing that's needed is, let's say we have a piece of value. For example, an NFT, right? In this contract, we say, the code says, if I pay 1 Ethereum into this contract, this NFT which he owns will go to me. So I send my 1 Ethereum into the smart contract. The smart contract reads the transaction ID of delivery of this 1 Ethereum. It immediately executes, leading to the money going to him and the NFT coming to me.
So with smart contracts, you can't really sue anyone because it's predefined. You can't go to court over smart contracts because with smart contracts, you just have to follow that contract. You can't say, look, I'm not going to pay you because if it's defined in the contract, that's going to happen. It automatically executes on those predefined criteria.
So it's a very, very important innovation. So Solana and Tezos are other blockchains that have also pioneered the smart contracts. Well, they've not pioneered, but brought them in. So Solana has been growing massively this year, primarily because of the large uptake of NFTs, projects building on Solana, because of low gas fees. Tezos as well, right, up and coming sort of blockchain. I mean, it's an old blockchain, but has now really brought in a lot of NFTs as well.
And gas fees, for those of you that don't know, is basically just transaction costs on the Ethereum blockchain. So when you send an Ethereum or when you send an NFT, you're paying something called a gas fee. And that is the transaction fee. Right now, the transaction fees are really high because there's a lot of people that are transacting on this specific blockchain. But hopefully that will be solved with the layer 2 solution, which Ethereum is rolling out hopefully next year.
Let me just describe that a little bit, because we talked about this in our previous session on blockchain. Remember, I talked about, imagine a book, right? The blockchain is like a book. The problem right now is that Ethereum, being of quite an old blockchain, the book is, the pages are quite small. Let's just, picture that in your head. The pages are too small. But there's so many transactions that need to go onto this page because so many people are doing NFTs, they're doing decentralized finance, they're doing all kinds of things, right? So what happens when you have, imagine the page can only fill in 50 transactions, but there's 1,000 people who want to put their transaction on that page. What happens? The transaction costs go up because the person who's in charge, the node or the miners that execute this and turn the blocks, they don't have, they're able to charge, let's say me and Danosh are competing to put our NFT movement on the blockchain, right? I want to put mine in, he want to put in, there's only 50 transactions, 1,000 are in, he and I have to compete. I might offer to speed up the gas fee by saying, oh, I'll pay $1,000 to have my transaction listed first. Danosh might not be able to do that. And he might not be willing to do that. And this bidding leads to the price of gas fees going up. Now, this is not a very efficient way of doing blockchain technologies. I mean, the Ethereum blockchain, like I said, is quite old. So what Ethereum is trying to do right now is effectively expand the page so that a far more transactions can come in. This is a very big challenge. And other blockchains have managed to produce way more. So Solana, imagine, Solana has apparently 50,000 transactions per second. Ethereum is something, I don't quite remember, but I think it's quite small.
It's much less.
It's much, much less. So the size of the book for Solana is like massive, which is why you can do a lot of transactions on Solana without it sort of costing you too much. There are other blockchains like this, XRP, Tezos, a lot of blockchains are a lot more efficient than Ethereum. Ethereum is trying to do something now through Ethereum 2.0, which will change this, hopefully, by creating a larger space. Now, I wanted to go into some of the main platforms. Bitcoin Nagam, thankfully, just talked about OpenSea, which is the primary place where you can buy and transact on NFTs. But there are other platforms as well where this can be done.
Yeah, so some of these platforms, OpenSea, for example, is the biggest marketplace for secondary market, also primary market for NFTs. A lot of people, when they release their NFT projects, they do it on OpenSea. But most of the projects that are sold on NFT are actually second-hand market. So imagine I'm issuing an NFT. So that is called a drop. I'm dropping my NFT. And the drop basically means that I'm making it available to the market. So if you decide, for example, to mint my NFT, that basically means when you're minting it, you are buying the NFT, and the minting essentially means you're registering it on the blockchain. So you're creating that initial contract on the blockchain.
Through smart contracts. Now, I just want to briefly touch on these in a little bit more detail. OpenSea allows any creator to go on there and produce work, and they have variations of works. And you might have seen in my initial slide, we had the Bored Ape Yacht Club, the CryptoPunks, the Cool Cats. We also had a Fidenza, which is from Art Blocks. These are all blue chip NFTs. This is a very interesting term because we're moving into a world now where these NFT projects have had enough uptake from many people around the world that they hold value now, and they have a certain element of prestige around them, right?
So some of these NFTs are being sold for millions of dollars. It's ridiculous when you say it. But these JPEGs are, the most expensive CryptoPunk was sold for almost $12 million.
But I would say it's not that ridiculous. We should stop by saying that it's ridiculous. Just because it's a JPEG, it doesn't mean that it's ridiculous. We are used to a world where physical goods hold importance.
Correct.
Right? But in a world that is increasingly more digital, why can't digital goods also hold the same amount of value as physical goods?
Correct. So now we're moving into something called the Metaverse. So the Metaverse is a parallel digital world where we can have property. So we met this lovely lady Neil just after the previous talk. She creates furniture for the Metaverse. So in the Metaverse, you can own land, you can own property, you can create a parallel reality. And as technology evolves, as VR headsets evolve, as we're using more and more of these Oculus VR headsets, and there's a really cool one over there.
You should test the one down there.
He was actually there playing with it, and it looked really funny.
I was lost in there for hours. But now they're quite bulky. But we sat actually with Dreamscape, which the founder of Dreamscape, they have a wonderful platform in the Mall of the Emirates. I'd encourage all of you guys to check it out. He said to us that in the next 5 years, he estimates that close to 1 billion people might be brought into the VR world. So it would not be hard to imagine Zoom calls being undertaken in VR, sunglasses to have VR integration, so that clothing and merchandise. Recently we had Artifact being we'll talk about this in more detail later, but it was bought out by Nike. So what's happening is these companies are seeing this, and they understand where the world's going. So they're buying into and believing that people, as technology improves, we're going to have greater integration with Metaverse products.
So some of you guys might say or think, why would we be spending time in the Metaverse? Now, don't forget that the world through our eyes and through our lenses is not always the world through everyone else's lens. Look at Generation Z. Look at all these kids growing up, basically growing up with a phone in their hands. And then they're spending a lot of their time online. They're meeting a lot of their friends online. During the pandemic, we saw that a lot of people built friendships online. They joined communities online.
Twitter and Discord were critical in this respect.
And as we see that evolving, as we see that developing, the assets that you own in that online space is going to become more important. And right now, the art projects are becoming really hyped up. But we're going to see this moving into land, digital property, digital furniture, all these things.
So Foundation is, if you're an artist out here, Foundation is one of the best places to maybe get started because it's more curated. It's more targeted to the finer artists that wants to list their projects. Currently, it's sort of on an invite-only basis. So they want people to kind of get into the community by meeting other artists who are already on the community and getting invited that way. But it's a very interesting platform because we know many NFT artists out here who have done very, very well. Chriselle Bashara is one of our client with ArtsDAO, and she's been doing very well this past year selling her work on Foundation. And one of the main reasons it's done so well is because art collectors now also want to flex, right? They also want to show it off. And Foundation basically shows anyone's collection out there. So you can buy a piece of art, you have auctions that are happening online. And people, when they auction it, they own it, they can show it off through their wallets.
Yeah, so as people join this online community, it's as they spend more time online, they also want to, they want to show off with their digital assets online to all their online friends.
Yes.
So this is becoming the new flex. Having a Bored Ape as your profile picture is becoming flex. Having a CryptoPunk is becoming flex.
That's key. So things haven't changed, right? In the past, we used to own Lamborghinis. We used to, get a Rolex. These things that show prestige. People are doing this in different ways now. On the online space, having a Lambo or a Rolex doesn't mean much.
Why do people want the blue tick on Instagram so badly? Why is that? Because it's social proof. And as we spend more time online, social proof is becoming more and more important.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Super Rare is just another platform where very fine artists also sell their work. And some of the best pieces of work are often done there. And I just wanted to highlight Super Rare for a reason. For many of you guys who are interested in fine art, right, if you invest in sort of artists who you believe are sort of diamonds in the rough, they haven't really blossomed yet. Often they'll list their pieces on Foundation or OpenSea. And they'll be really cheap, 0.2 ETH or a lot lower than that, right? What happens is once they list their work on Super Rare, it's kind of like a badge of prestige that leads to their work skyrocketing. So we've seen a lot of this happen a lot where, people, they're selling their works for a couple ETH, and then they go on Super Rare, and all of a sudden it skyrockets to 35 ETH in value. So a lot of wealth can be built in the NFT space. In fact, if you do it right, more so than in the crypto space. And that's why also we wanted to share this with you, because it's another path for those of you who are creative to build something for yourself in the NFT world. Okay, Bitcoin Nagam touched on this.
Yes, so she did a great session on MetaMask, how to set it up. And MetaMask, the way it works, imagine you're putting on a mask on your face. This mask, you can travel around the web with it. And what it does is it acts like a wallet. That's your wallet. So whichever website you go to, that is a Web 3.0 website, it connects automatically to that page, and you can transact on that page. So it's a completely decentralized software. You own the funds in that wallet. So imagine traditionally, if you have an account with an investment company, you have to log into their website to access your funds.
Username and password has to be registered. You have to give them your data, all kinds of things.
But now you can set this up in seconds, transfer your cryptocurrencies to that wallet, and then go on to OpenSea or whichever platform to buy your NFTs.
You connect it without having to share your personal data with that platform. So I just wanted to show it again for those who missed it. So here, MetaMask, you can see right next to it, you see my wallet. You can also see the NFTs we hold. There's a CyberKong there. You can also buy NFTs, buy Ethereum with your credit card on MetaMask. And there you can see you can swap it for other cryptocurrencies. You can send it, you can buy, you can receive. So it's a wallet just like this wallet right here that you can carry around with you, except it's on your phone, and you can connect with any marketplace in that way through Web3 integration.
Yeah.
Okay, we touched on this a little bit. Sorry for all this text, but I think we're better off just talking about it. What do you do with NFTs and why buy them, right? And we already talked. One of the key reasons I think NFTs are being sold right now is that reputation kind of thing, right? The Bored Ape Yacht Club, the CryptoPunk, when you own those NFTs, what they actually do, they're kind of like membership clubs. You own one, and effectively it opens a lot of doors in the Twitter space. So I know people who own Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs, they're getting all kinds of venture capitalists sort of approaching them, wanting to do something with those NFTs. So the Bored Ape Yacht Club is very interesting. Each NFT issues, there's 10,000 of them, right? And the 10,000 is actually based on the CryptoPunks. They were the first pioneer. And let me actually go through a little bit of history here. The 10,000 CryptoPunks were actually given out for free in 2017, all right? They now have a floor price of close to 70 ETH, which is unbelievable. So people who held on to their CryptoPunk, which were minted back in 2017, are up. There's no investment. They got it for free.
So
and they're up whatever an unbelievable amount.
Yeah. So floor price essentially means the lowest price that NFT is being sold for.
Yeah, but
and then you have rarity. So you the thing with NFTs, are at least these avatar projects, is they come with different rarity, just like collectibles. If you remember the old baseball cards,
or Pokemon cards,
or Magic cards, this is exactly the same thing, but the digital version. So with the Pokemon cards, everyone wants to get the really, really rare one. That was the most valuable one. Yeah, exactly. That was the expensive one. So we have the same thing with NFTs. We have different rarities depending on different characteristics, etc.
Now, what can you do with them? So there's several things that we have been doing with our NFTs. One, for me, we own with ArtStyle a Cool Cat NFT, and this Cool Cat NFT, what's interesting why we bought it is we saw Mike Tyson. He's a big fan. He used to be a boxer, and he's a big fan of Mike Tyson. So when we saw Mike Tyson pick one up, and he actually changed his Twitter profile pic to one of these Cool Cats, just so I'll go back to show you what a Cool Cat is.
The funny story was I actually told.
So the bottom. That's actually my profile pic on Twitter. If you guys follow me, it's AnanasBRB.
So I actually told Anas in the beginning when they were really cheap, we should get one.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, they look really ugly. And I'm like, no, but Mike Tyson just bought one. That's a big name. We should get into this project. And he was like, no. And then someone else told us, you guys should get into this project.
Yes, exactly. We bought in at a good time, actually, and it's since gone up like 200%. We're now listing it for about 50 ETH. Which is what I believe it's valued at. And one of the reasons I believe that to be the case is several things. Since we've joined the Cool Cat community, we have had an influx of new people connecting with us. Other Cool Cat owners. Many of them are very interesting people. They're photographers, they're venture capitalists, they're creators from all over the world, right? Because the key thing about NFTs is community. We talked about this on our panel discussion yesterday on the main stage. If you missed it, take a look at it. It's recorded. But we sat with Christelle Bashara, who is one of the leading NFT artists out here. Her work's actually listed here as well. And we talked about community. If you want to make it in the NFT space, or if you want to build an NFT company, or if you want to do anything relevant in the NFT space or Metaverse, you have to start firstly with community. The artwork is actually less relevant than the community. People buy your work because of the community, right? And this is what I really want to cement that point. Since getting in that Cool Cat, we have had all kinds of new opportunities come our way. And going to the point that you mentioned as well about the whole loneliness thing that happened with COVID, people are looking for community now in the online space.
Community building is extremely important. So it's the flex we talked about, it's the communities, and it's also an investment. NFTs can be an investment. They're very high risk investments. So make sure you do a lot of research before aping into a project. And then I would say the fourth utility for NFTs are a lot of the NFTs, like we saw Artifact recently. So Artifact is an NFT company.
Yeah, just to show you what they look like in the beginning. The one in the left-hand corner.
In the middle.
In the middle. That's a very rare. That's one of the rarest Artifact NFTs out there. It's probably worth like 200 ETH or something now.
It's very expensive. So they just recently got acquired by Nike.
Nike.
Nike. Potato.
Anyway.
So they got acquired by Nike. And Nike, why does a big brand like Nike go and buy a metaverse company like Artifact? Because they realize that the future of clothing will not be in the physical world. It will be in the digital world. Shoes. Artifact started with shoes. They started with digital shoes. That were selling for $200, and now they're selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you would say, why would someone pay that much for a shoe that you can't even use? Well, that's because the metaverse is increasingly becoming a part of our lives, and we're spending that time online. All right, so
I want to go through a couple more points. It's not just about the flex, all right? There's also other utilities now coming through. So the CoolCat NFTs are now, a lot of these NFT avatar projects, what they're also doing is they have a roadmap. Usually, that roadmap, we don't know whether they'll be fulfilled, but many of them try to say they'll be integrated with a game, they will have merchandise, they will have various different kinds of integration. Some of it related to e-commerce. So we got into the CoolCats because they're actually going to be dropping tokens to all CoolCat owners for free. And in a way, it becomes a kind of passive income stream, kind of like having a real estate property and sort of earning rent on it, right? And these tokens can be used, so the name of the token is kind of funny. It's called Milk. Milk token. And there's also going to be another token as well called, I think, Gold or something. And they have different kind of use cases within the CoolCat ecosystem. The CoolCat community is launching a kind of gaming infrastructure. They're launching different types of merchandise that you can buy. And what's crazy is owners who are early adopters of these NFT projects, the creators often reward them with free stuff. So we've received free extra NFTs just by being owners. So it's kind of like being part of a club. If you join the right club and the club grows properly, it becomes, acquired or whatever, you get additional benefits coming your way. The Bored Ape Yacht Club just announced a collaboration with Adidas. Incredible.
Yeah,
and they're actually dropping their NFTs in a couple of hours today for the public. But what's crazy is Adidas, in their collaboration with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, are giving all existing Bored Ape Yacht Club owners pre-access to this NFT. You see? So I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, this is so unfair. Like, how come these people who got in early are getting even more benefits? But you have to remember the people who got in early took risks that all of us haven't really taken. If you're buying a JPEG when nobody cared about the JPEGs, you want to reward those people for having taken that risk on. Right? When people were doubting you and saying, this is going to zero, they were there saying, no, I'm holding on to it. I'm not going to paper hand this and sell it. I'm going to hold on to it because I believe in the long-term utility. So now these people who have held on to it, they're going to be rewarded. And good for them. They should be. Other utilities now as well. NFTs also, one key innovation is the royalties that you come through, right? In the old sort of art space, when you produced art and you sold it at auction, right? Well, often, let's say I sold my art piece as, let's say I was Da Vinci back in the day. I gave, my art piece to you. You're a buyer for like, $500 equivalent, right? Because it wasn't worth that much. And then I die, right? And my estate's here. And then you go and you sell it
for $1 million.
For $1 million. The estate gets nothing, right? Gets nothing at all because there's no contract here. But remember, we talked about smart contracts. In the NFT world, the smart contract is executed in a way such that every subsequent sale made of that NFT results in the original artist retaining a percentage.
So if I launch an NFT project, I can say I want to charge 10% royalty forever. And I define that in my smart contract. So when my NFT is launched, in eternity, whenever someone transacts or sells that NFT, I will get my 10%. So you're not just making money on the initial sale, you're making continuous money. And that's revolutionizing how art is being transacted.
So some figures for you guys. The Bored Ape Yacht Club, when they minted, i.e. created their initial piece back in like April of 2021, they raised $2 million from the sale, all right? Not a bad sum of money. But the royalties they have since amassed is close to $50 million.
I would think more.
Maybe more now, far more than that. So the real money is not actually in the mint. It's in the royalties that you can get. And we speak to a lot of NFT project creators, and they're always so focused on the mint that actually you need to be focused on the long-term utility and value of this project, because that's what will result in subsequent sales leading to the royalties, which are really what are truly valuable.
And this is revolutionizing music industry. We're going to see it revolutionize the film industry. So what NFTs does, like with all blockchain technologies, it cuts out the middleman. So now if you're an artist, traditionally you would go to a record label, they would sign you, and they would take most of the profits. They would give you a small share. And now that transition into companies like Spotify. So Spotify is actually not giving away that much royalty to the artist. They're being quite stingy about it. And what NFT solves for, it cuts out the middleman. So I'm sure very soon we're going to see completely decentralized music platforms where you as an artist can register, create your music as an NFT, and start earning as much royalty as you like. You decide how much you want to earn.
If you want to get started now in NFT investing, the first thing I'd say is jump on Twitter. It's very important to have a Twitter account to understand the NFT space, because the majority of investors, collectors, and the key players in the NFT space are on Twitter. So having a Twitter is critical. The second thing as well is Discord, right? When you do due diligence on an NFT project or any NFT, it's important. We talked about community. The key metrics for community are often the Twitter and the Discord. And it's not just about numbers. You can buy bots and all kinds of things. So let's say, you see an NFT project with 100,000 followers on Twitter, 200,000 members in their Discord. Does that mean, that this project is very, very bullish? They could have bought all those followers. So you have to actually go in, look at are people actually owning this? And one great thing about the blockchain is you can go to OpenSea and see how many owners actually own that project. So recently I jumped into a project where they had like 50,000 people in the Discord. I was like, holy cow, this is wonderful. But then I went onto OpenSea to see how many people actually own the NFT. Out of the 50,000, there was only 126 owners. So I looked at that, I was like, okay, this is absolutely manufactured. The fact is, because there's so much opportunity in this space, there are a lot of cash grabs, and they're called rug pulls, or people raise on the mint and then they just leave with the money.
No roadmap.
So you have to do a lot of research. There's a lot of scams in this industry in that sense, and it's normal. The scammings will decrease as this industry becomes more regulated and a lot more sort of streamlined. We had a lot of scams, if you look back across history, in all kinds of industries. Commodities, the stock market, the penny stocks. Every new industry goes through this phase before it becomes regulated.
Yesterday someone commented, but there's so many scams in crypto, there's so many scams in NFTs. So I come from a traditional background with commodities and chemicals. And, wherever there's money, there's going to be scammers. I receive calls and people reaching out on a weekly basis with gold contracts that are scams. That it's not going to lead to anything, and wherever there's money, there is scams.
One final thing I wanted to say, which is important, is the right now, which is what's quite incredible. We talked about decentralized finance in our initial session. NFTs are now giving you the opportunity to actually pledge them as collateral to get loans. So that's a very interesting kind of development, because now we're seeing it becoming more formalized as an asset, where you can take it to a DeFi protocol. The DeFi protocol, or the borrower, or the lender is willing to take, let's say, a CryptoPunk. CryptoPunk's worth 70 ETH. If I get a CryptoPunk, if I was a lender right now, I'd be happy to receive a CryptoPunk as collateral. If the person is asking for, let's say, you know, a couple $100, I'd be happy to give a loan on the back of that, because I don't think the CryptoPunk's going to go to zero. It's got far too many owners now. It's got a prestige in the space. It's got a lot of sort of utility from a lot of other people building around it. That I'm happy to accept it as collateral.
It's like, imagine you own a Picasso.
Exactly.
And the Picasso is worth $1 million. You take that painting, you go to the bank, and you say, here's my painting, costs $1 million, but I want to borrow 50% of the value of this, but you can keep it. The same thing is happening online in the DeFi space now with NFTs as well. So you can loan against your NFTs.
So some critical news happened this year. I mean, I've already highlighted Nike, and I talked about Adidas with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. But one of the first things that happened this year to kick off this incredible boom was Visa. Visa bought a CryptoPunk for about $100,000. Visa is a pretty major player in the corporate world.
Huge news.
And so this is one of the reasons why I also, if I were to receive a CryptoPunk as a collateral, having an institution like Visa behind it, I have no reason to believe that it's going to go to zero. But it's also, to me, reflecting that these major old school institutions recognize that the metaverse is very important, and they need to now have a spot in that space to showcase that they're relevant. Generation Z that's coming in, if Visa wants to sell their products to Generation Z, who are very much embedded into the gaming industry, or very much embedded into NFTs and crypto, how are they going to market it to them if they're not cognizant or understanding of the language that Generation Z speak, i.e., many of which are sort of consistent with what's happening in the metaverse, the CryptoPunks, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, etc. So this is, I think, this is for everyone here. It's very important to sort of keep a close eye on how this is on how it's developing in a sense.
I mean, traditionally, big companies, they were keeping artworks on the walls of their offices, and those were put on their balance sheet as assets because they were valuable. But now the same thing is happening. We're going to see the same thing start to happen in the NFT space. So Visa is taking the lead, and I believe that in the next 1 year, a lot of companies will follow suit.
I just want to highlight a small statistic here. This was a couple months ago when the punks had a floor price of 100. Many of them still have that price. So punks were given out for free in 2017. The cheapest one at the time, I'm not sure if that's the cheapest one now, but it sells for approximately 100 ETH, which is close to $330,000. So NFT collectors who picked one up earlier this year for about $200. They were selling for $200 initially this year before the whole hype thing happened. You made a 16,500% return, going from $200 to $330,000.
But guys, there's millions of NFT projects out there, millions. So if you want to invest, just make sure you do a lot of research. You look into the team behind it, their track record. So with Artifact, when they launched a new project called CloneX, they had track record. They had a successful track record with their previous sneakers. The team was a solid, strong team. And other things I would look at is how strong is the community. Look at their Twitter, look at their Discord. What's the engagement? And then it's risky, but if you want to be an early adopter, you have to take some risk.
So yeah, kind of what's interesting about CloneX and everything is they actually raised. So we found Artifact early this year, and we didn't buy any of it initially because we didn't actually have the right belief into the metaverse at the time. But they raised about $12 million from VCs in Silicon Valley at the time. I think it was December 2020 when they did that. In the space of 1 year, the space has blown up so much that they ended up being able to sell their company to Nike. And this goes to one of the points you were talking about in our previous presentation about the scale and the speed in which wealth can be created now. Because we live in an interconnected world where we can target so many more people so much more faster. It's so much faster now to create massive amounts of wealth because they were able to target a lot of people through their large Twitter and Instagram following. They were able to sell a lot of their NFTs very quickly and effectively exit the project with I don't know how many, $560 million, whatever it was that they were able to sell the company for to Nike. So concluding this, monster presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Give us
Hope
a
you
follow.
find it useful.
Give us a follow on the Crypto Shakes podcast. It's Crypto Shakes _podcast on Instagram. But you can follow us on Spotify, Google. Like I said in the previous presentation, we interview NFT artists, we interview crypto leaders in the space, and we try to simplify crypto for everyday people.
Decentralized crypto.
Yeah.
Guys, so let's open up for questions. If anyone have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them. Yes.
Can we get the mic?
Check. All right, so question, if there is a physical painting, let's say I painted, and I sell the physical painting, but I also took a picture of it, can I sell that as well as an NFT? Is there going to be an interference? Is there like a law that prohibits or regulation that prohibits that?
No, because the NFT is completely different from the physical. The physical is a painting. The NFT has a smart contract attached to it. So the NFT that you create, the NFT has value because the NFT is registered on the blockchain. So even a lot of artists, they create NFTs and they give the physical as a gift to the collectors. But the physical doesn't really have that much value because if you want to sell the NFT onwards to someone else, you would have to transport the physical with it. So the link there is not always a very strong one.
So we actually own something like this under ArtsDAO, our company. You can also follow ArtsDAO on Instagram.
Oh, we have some NFTs walking around here, physical NFTs.
But let me just comment on this. So we own Pashamo is a famous Turkish artist, and he produces physical abstract NFT paintings that are listed on Foundation. So we recently bought one of his, and what he did was he gave us the NFT, we got it immediately obviously, but he then shipped the physical to us as well. So in his kind of sort of contract, his view of how his work should be accepted, you own both. And you own the physical and the digital. And if we were now to sell it on to someone, we would have to pass on the physical to also that other person. Other people could buy it, but they probably wouldn't pay the amount, the right amount for it, an amount that we would want to flip it for, because they would have seen that Pashamo publicly sold this to us, including the physical copy. They would also demand the physical copy from us as well. Yep. That also raises some issues as well. If the physical gets damaged, then that also affects the price, right? Yeah. So this is also another issue with physical artworks. When you own very valuable Picassos, etc., many of them just sit in vaults, right? With NFTs, you don't really have to think about that. You can store them in digitally, and they have value. There isn't that insurance cost you have to think about around them.
So we have another question over here.
Maybe speak closer.
Oh.
This may sound silly, but I understand the difference between artwork and the digital image. We can see that in artwork, if you have one versus another, you can tell, this is a poster, this is artwork. But online, when it's just an image anyway, how can you tell that there's a smart contract behind it if you see it on someone's Twitter versus someone took a picture of it and put it on their Twitter, because it actually is a digital image?
So that's a great question.
Great question. I like this question.
I love this question. So thank you. Appreciate the question. Basically, now Twitter is gonna integrate with with MetaMask, so that your Twitter profile will be verified.
Yeah.
You will get a tick if you actually own that profile. And we're gonna see this evolving to Instagram and all other online spaces
with Facebook. So what Twitter's gonna do effectively is, let's say you want to upload a photo of a Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? They're going to require you to connect to your MetaMask, the Web3 integration, right? And then that smart contract is going to look for that actual Bored Ape in your collection. If it's not there, you're not going to be able to use it. And if you try to use it, I think what they're going to do is they're going to implement software that detects that to be fraudulent.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
It's beautiful in a sense, in that it protects the IP in that sense.
It's like using a fake Gucci. It doesn't have the same value.
Yeah. We can take a lot of questions because I don't think we have anything else coming up. So any of you have a lot of questions, I'm happy to answer.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. And the question is, what do you think about NFTs as a digital ID or some unique some unique identifiers to replace such kind of passwords, logins, and other stuff to identify you as a person on the internet?
So we are seeing a lot of development in that space, where NFTs are being used as, you know, identifying you as a person on the blockchain, completely decentralized. And I personally believe that the future of passports, you know, if you think about it, passports is really outdated. You're walking around with a booklet. It's crazy because we live in 2021. So it's just a matter of time before this evolves into more sophisticated technologies where, you know, just by probably walking through the scanners, they will detect you and verify you on the blockchain. So yes, NFTs can contain that information, and you know, companies are going to start using it to issue access cards to their employees. So it's starting to become more and more mainstream, but it's still very, very early on.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Feel free to answer, and there's no stupid questions out here.
Yeah,
so you can ask away.
Hi, thank you for the enlightening talk. I just want to know more about the photography and NFTs. How does it work? Do you have dedicated site for NFT photographs?
Yeah, so Anas is actually a photographer, so I'll let him answer that question. There is a new site that is specifically focusing on NFT photography, but I'm really sorry I can't remember the name of it. But
I think the best site for photography right now is probably OpenSea and Foundation. A lot of successful photographers are doing well. But what I will say is, no matter how good your photography might be, it's all about community. So, if you want to sell your work, this is why I said Twitter. People think if they have their work on Instagram, they'll be able to sell. The truth is, people on Instagram aren't investors. The people on Instagram are likely other artists. There are other photographers that follow you, right? They're not going to buy your work. So you need to go to where the market is. The people on Twitter, who's on Twitter? You got CEOs, you've got, you know, company builders, VCs. Why? Because Twitter is made kind of in that kind of space, right? It's designed to address the whole idea around, you know, words and tweets, ideas. This is where those people lie. So if you want to sell your work to them, you got to build your audience there. You got to target them, right? A lot of the NFT collectors, the cryptocurrency, you know, a lot of people who own NFTs did well in the crypto space, okay? So, I mean, we were fortunate to be early in crypto, and so we, you know, took a lot of profits from our crypto and we aped them into NFTs. And who did we buy? We bought people who we saw were very successful on Twitter. Gigi, one of the artists out here in the Middle East, we bought into her work because I saw her grow her following from 3,000 followers on Twitter to now close to 10,000 something in a span of 6 months. That growth trajectory to me showed huge community building on her part, plus incredible appreciation of, you know, her art, right? A lot of people are appreciating her art. A lot of people are buying her art. So I'm going to buy her art because I think it's going to appreciate in value. So I always have to say this. Forget about your artwork for a second. Go build your community. Make people love you for what you do, and then the sales will come through very easily.
Absolutely. All right, guys, there's one more question here.
We can keep taking more. Nobody's coming after, right? We can take more.
Yeah, we have to go to the Helicon.
Oh, we do? Okay, fine. Last question.
Hi. I'm a YouTuber, and I'm trying to figure out how to integrate this into my plan of monetizing my videos. How would you suggest creating NFTs and creating opportunities within my YouTube audience?
That's a great question. So I believe you already have an established following. You built a community of people that support you. So when you create an NFT, you need to think about what is that NFT going to do for your audience? What utility is it going to have for them? It could be a private one-to-one with you. It could be, coming and having a dinner with you. It could be an experience, or it could be something completely different. It could be an educational course. So you need to think about what utility are you offering to your audience, and why should they be buying that NFT? And then that NFT is tradable. Maybe it gives them access to a private members club. So there's a lot of things you can do with NFTs, but you always need to think about what's the value I'm going to bring with the NFT other than just the artwork.
So what I would say there is a lot of people are doing this. So you've probably heard of Patreon and these other platforms that allow you to monetize your community. What you could do is you could create a kind of pass whereby if they own your NFT, so Gigi is actually doing this. She produces great artwork. She has a community now, and she's looking to launch. She loves sneakers, so she wants to create these sneakers in the metaverse. Okay, so we bought into that because we love sneakers as well. And what she's done to reward her community is if you own one of these sneakers in the metaverse, right? You basically get access to a whitelist, which is like a pre-seed spot onto her future drops, and the opportunity to create that digital shoe into a real shoe for yourself. So there's clear utility there, right? And that's caused the price of her metaverse shoes to shoot up. Now she drops an NFT, and in seconds it's sold. I had to fight refreshing the page 1,000,000 times over to just get one of them. And so, it's absolutely mental when you can build that great utility for your project. So someone like you with a great audience on YouTube, I think if you spend some time, the first thing I would say is speak to your audience. What do they want? What could they benefit from you? What value can you give them? Let's say you're a lawyer, all right, and you have a great audience on YouTube because you give legal advice, okay? Well, what you could do is if you own my NFT, I'll give you X number of hours per year to do this.
Yeah.
Consulting can do the same thing. So any skill set that you have with an audience can be monetized through NFTs by giving exclusive access to special things. And that will cause the value of your NFTs to go up.
NFTs can also be used to raise capital. So let's say you have a business idea. You tap into your community and you say, if you buy my NFT, I'll use the funds to start up my business, and because you supported me early on, I will give you revenues from the future revenues.
Yeah. All right. I think we have to conclude it there. I want to thank you all for being here. I hope you had a great time.
One more question over here, please.
Actually, the last point that we just speak now is what I am actually trying to do, because I'm trying actually to finance my startup, selling my NFTs. So I create an auction on OpenSea, and I'm trying to gather some investment through this in order to channel this to my main project, which is a recycling project. So it's something helpful for the whole planet, and the target to help billions of people worldwide. I am trying to patent this. I am actually patenting this, so I really, guys, need some support to, to build up the website, to start to move the idea and the vision forward.
So what I would say is the first thing you should be doing is not thinking about OpenSea at all, and not even thinking about NFTs. The first thing you should be doing is working on your community. So what efforts have you put in to build a team of 1,000 people, at least, let's say 1,000, it could be less, 100 people, 200 people, who absolutely love your project, right? And if you price it, when you have your community, you then can be thinking about pricing, right? So if you need to raise X amount, but your community is this amount, that then determines the price point at which you need to issue this to raise this amount, right? But then you have to consider, are they willing to pay this amount to get to that price point? If not, you either have to extend or increase your community size, or you have to rethink the budget that you have.
So for the moment, I just try to increase the audience on Instagram, but I understood that it's not the right place to do.
Instagram is useless.
Currently,
Yeah.
it's not the right place. It might change in the future, but I
Discord,
would
probably.
suggest that you really
It's
look for
useless.
your audience on Twitter
Twitter and Discord.
and become comfortable with it, because it's all about practice.
Now, I know
Practice.
it's hard to do this. Twitter is a very, very challenging medium. When I initially brought Danosh into Twitter, he himself was like, I don't get this. What the hell?
I was like,
don't-
what the hell is this?
It doesn't make
User
sense. What am I
interface is-
tweeting about? Twitter is hard because it requires you to use your brain. On Instagram, you can post...
What he's trying to say is that I don't have one.
He has a brain. No, he has a brain, but he didn't want to use it. Now I got him to use it, and he's really prolific on Twitter. He tweets all the time and gets all kinds of engagement. But my point is, you have to invest the effort in producing content that's valuable for your audience so they will follow you and value you. When they follow you for your ideas, they're going to be willing to invest in you. On Instagram, you're just posting photos. Nobody's going to invest in you in that
I'm
sense.
posting photos, but with the description of the project.
Yeah,
so
but
buying this,
you know,
they will.
I understand, but
fund
the thing is, the reason why people are on Instagram is just to, it's entertainment.
Exactly.
They're visual. They want to go there for the content, not the depth of the content, but the visual aspect.
Let's ask the audience here. How many of you watch memes on Instagram? Probably all of you, right? Or you look at photos of your friends, or you look at photos of pictures of, avocado.
But whenever there's a long text, whenever there's a long text under a photo of Instagram, how many people actually read to the end? Not a lot.
Twitter, you can't do that. You can't post an avocado and get loads of engagement. You can't post like yourself half naked and you're going to get thousands of likes. It doesn't work like that. On Twitter, you actually have to produce engaging content that teaches people something. You have to write. Sometimes you have to write threads. You have to, engage in the DMs with various people who are building things. Some of the best relationships we've built. So in our company, one of the key strategic advisors that are on our company, I actually met him through Twitter. We participated in a bid together on an auction.
Rahim Matab, shout out to Rahim.
Matab. Then we talked to each other on the DMs, and now we're building a company together. Our point is, move your time into Twitter. It's one of the best mediums. And also what's great, you can now earn money in Bitcoin. You can include a Bitcoin thing on your Twitter profile and get paid for your content. People can tip you in Bitcoin for what you're producing on Twitter. They don't have that on Instagram.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being a great audience. Thank you for your patience, and we hope you enjoyed it, and we hope you find it useful.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to remain in your seats, we actually have a session now about the easiest way to start in crypto by professionals who have a company, me, that help you in starting your journey and actually making the best decisions. So please remain in your seats. Thank you.
and many more. And before we watch another very interesting video, I will pass my microphone to my colleague, Victoria. She will explain you something new, yes? And especially...
I think we should watch the video first. We have a very nice video with dogs. Let's watch.
Start your unique journey into the world of decentralized finance with the IME ecosystem, which is based on the Lime token, designed for creating and managing the DAO structure. DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization where IME community will have the opportunity to participate in the vote and make decisions affecting the development of the project. Lime token holders will have the access to the privileged functionality of IME, determined to become oracles for entire ecosystem community. One of the important components of the IME is the cryptocurrency wallet, integrated into the infrastructure of the messenger developed on the Telegram basis. To ensure safe purchase of the cryptocurrency with a bank card, a reliable partner, Simplex, has been added to IME Wallet, which provides fiat infrastructure for the crypto industry. Making cryptocurrency transfers between users has become more convenient and easier than ever. Right inside IME chats or by Telegram ID, without the need to know the recipient's address. The classic method of transfer to public addresses is also available. The decentralized protocol Uniswap, integrated in IME, allows you to exchange Ether and tokens between each other through smart contracts, without switching to a third-party service, and the ability to add fraudulent tokens into IME will keep you from losses if you accidentally exchange for a fake token. IME will always assist you, even when the Ethereum network is overloaded and gas prices is unacceptable. The integration of the Binance Smart Chain into IME will enable to use technologies for making more faster and cheaper transactions. Of course, all of us are waiting for the Ethereum 2.0 emergence, for moving to a new level of scalability. The IME team is ready for this flight.
Hi everybody. So that was our anthem. You heard last time from the dogs. We are actually really happy to be at this stage and at this event this time, because we are on the mission to make DeFi more accessible to different people of all ages, of all technical background. Even blondies like me can use now crypto upon Telegram's platform. And raise your hands, those who use Telegram. Many of you, yes. And in the cryptosphere, it's almost one of the most famous, widely spread messengers, and in terms of safety, is one of the safest. So we decided to take this platform to combine it with a full-fledged non-custodial crypto wallet. What does it mean for users? Users can now send crypto in their chats peer-to-peer right in a double click. You don't enter any wallet addresses, you don't enter any private keys all the time. So you just pick a handle from your Telegram, a person who you know, and you can send him or her crypto directly. And now, as Guy said, we have Binance Pay integration. The Binance team has created a special API for our platform to be integrated. As you can see, we have a pretty large user base. And now all that user base, all that people can use Binance Pay and save money on their fees, sending crypto through this service. For the age, we have a joke that first time we thought of creating ARMY when we wanted to send some crypto to our grandparents. And in that hall yesterday and the day before, we heard a lot of speeches devoted to the adoption of crypto. And many people say like crypto will not be adopted fully to the full extent until it's easy. And we are here to provide different people with this tool and with a very easy and user-friendly interface and serve as a gateway to the crypto world. We have among speakers Crypto Kid, who is 8 years old. We have Crypto Papa, Crypto Nanny, and all other age categories using crypto and starting getting acquainted with crypto. So we have DEXs inside. You can swap directly in our application. And one of pretty perks of our ecosystem that we are free. It's free to download IME. It's free to swap at the exchanges. So you pay only fees the chain or a DEX has itself. No extras from our side. And together with all this crypto functionality, we have some cool communication features. And the first I would like to highlight is the built-in translator in chats. And I can tell you the story about one of our co-founders who doesn't speak English, but he uses this translator to manage our group. Everyone in this group can write messages in their own language. And you can just go to the settings, enable the translator, and you can see what everyone is trying to say. So people from all parts of the world can understand each other in chats easily through our built-in service. One of the next features I'm fascinated about is the multi-forwarding. Because we have a lot of partners, we have a huge ecosystem with over 50 partners, and we keep updating them with our developments and so on. And you can send all the information to all of them even less than in 1 minute. You can do the multi-forwarding, you can show the author or don't show the author, and you can make it work. Also, we have some other different perks like music. You can listen music directly in the app. We have advanced tools for setting folders. You can create the list of your chats that you more engaged in, and a lot of other things that you cannot find on usual Telegram. Which is cool is that you don't lose any of your contacts when you switch to IME. You have everything the same like on your usual Telegram. All the chats are available. If somebody sends you a message through Telegram, you will see it in IME as well. Everything is fully synchronized with the platform. And here you can see the list of our further integrations. So far we have Uniswap and PancakeSwap. We plan to add one each very soon. At the moment, our team is engaged in adding Polygon chain to enable more tokens for sending in our application. We have in plans Solana, Polkadot, and many other things. And if there are going to be some lucky winners among you for Bitcoin that is going to be rewarded at this event, in a couple of months, I think you'll be able to send it through IME. So far, we have over 50 tokens available in our wallet. And in a couple of more months, you'll be able to see all tokens with a positive balance in your wallet address. You can either create a new account in the IME application, or you can link your existing wallet address. And as we are on the mission to promote DeFi to the masses, we keep extending this DeFi functionality, and you'll be able to find more and more features in due course. Apart from that, everybody seems crazy about NFTs. You can see it at this stage, you can see it at this event, and around the blockchain society, the crypto society. And we are not an exception here. So we want to introduce the NFT section. It is already under the development in the application. You'll be able to send NFTs to see your collections right in your IME wallet. And we have created our special collection in our application that you can use like your avatars in the application. They are very different. There are thousands of them, and they can be unique, absolutely unique. It will be your possession, your avatar, your NFT that you can also trade. And for guests here in Abu Dhabi, we have created a lottery. So you can try your luck. You can go to our booth. You can download AMI, fill in your ID in our card, give it to us and wait for results. So we'll be happy to assist, and you can do it right after the presentation. Many people ask, so usually it goes like questions and answer session after the presentation, but we have prepared a little bit. And we have most frequently asked questions, and we'll try to answer them by ourselves first, and then we'll be happy to hear your questions here. So the first most frequently asked questions, is it safe? How can I be sure that everything is secure? Does it work like a hot wallet? Do I need to use any cold wallet apart from that, or what do I need to do? So in terms of safety, all the data regarding your chats is proceeded through Telegram servers. It is stored on their server part. We, as AMI, do not have access there at all. So we cannot know what you write to your friends, relatives, or team members, or anyone. Secondly, the part related to our crypto wallet. That is fully our responsibility. That's our development. And we created it like that, that all the information, all your private phrases, they are stored on your device. So if you do not give your device to anybody in the street or anywhere, if you do not open your seed phrase to anyone, it's almost zero possibility that somebody can hack it. The next question is the one, our favorite. How are you different from other wallets? And here, people just do not take into consideration that we are not a wallet. We are a wallet combined with the full-fledged messenger platform, widely used, that you use on a daily basis, and almost no other wallet application have these possibilities to send crypto directly in chats. Maybe you have heard of WhatsApp, that it has announced the start of this journey of integrating crypto to the messenger. But so far, they're at the very, very beginning, and they have only one token available, and they have their beta version for a limited amount of people to try it at the moment. And we've been developing this for more than 2 years. And with this DeFi functionality that's already in the wallet, in the application, we have a working tool for people, all the people engaged in crypto. It's just amazing to tell everyone about it, because not many people so far know about it. And the feedback we receive from other projects, from people coming to our booth, they say that, yes, I downloaded it and I use it. And it's amazing. It saves my time. It saves my energy. And it's not like for storing your crypto trading, though you can trade on exchanges here. It's for a daily usage to send to your acquaintances. And it makes life really easier. The next hot question is about our relation to Telegram and our difference. So if I have Telegram, why? Why do I need your application? So, and here you can already get the answer from this presentation, because on Telegram you don't have a crypto wallet integrated right into the platform. And we see our development as a separate one. Telegram is focused on developing their blockchain, their coin, and so on. We also have our token, but we enable people sending different tokens, and we do not create our blockchain. We just listen to our community. We work with our developers to see which integrations will be of demand for people, because we have Ethereum network, we have Binance Smart Chain here, and we receive a lot of requests to integrate Polygon, and we are doing it right at the moment. While we are talking here, our development guys are coding and doing tests. Until the end of the year, we'll present Polygon network in our application. And so we can make almost unlimited amount of integrations. It only depends on time limits and possibilities of our team here. One of the next questions is about our user base. So you can see the numbers for the amount of our users in 1 month and the amount of crypto wallet activations. It's pretty large, but we would like to extend this number more and more and let more people know about it. For the geographical scope, for iOS platform, we can see most of users come from the United States of America. They come from Canada and some Latin countries. For Android platform, it's more like former CIS countries. It's India and some Asian countries. We have a great community in Vietnam. We have partners supporting us there. And also, we've conducted a campaign in China. But the thing is, in China, we cannot track the downloads. So we cannot place app at the stores because there are integrated Google services. But anyway, people download the APK file from our website, and they also use it on a daily basis. And the last one for the communities, do we have international groups? We have one chat for IME app and for IME token. For IME app, we received a lot of feedbacks and requests for further development and integrations from the community. And it's that multinational chat that I mentioned in the very beginning. So when you open it, you can see people writing in different languages, and you can easily join and write in your language. And others will understand you through the translator. So I think here's the point why we are here, and we are really excited to be here. And now we are ready to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation. Just one question. You writing at your terms that it will be always free and without of charge and etc. So definitely it can survive. Your product can survive, but practically all days when companies issue such a statement, then the product is a user. So can you explain in a few words something about your financial model and why it is free of charge for regular users, and why we are not a product and our data too?
Thanks, very good question. Actually, many times people been asking us about our revenue, and most of our revenue, it comes from Simplex. When the people buy the crypto through the credit card, the part of the commission, Simplex paying to us, and we can develop the product. Also, many integrations, many offers of integrations coming from different projects to our platform, such as Neo, for example, such as Elrond, and they also make it profitable for us, and it's quite enough for build the products for a long time ago. And also we plan to make some charges, but it's very optional. We're going to have some services which will be available for all users, but some services will be available for Lime token holders. But we will start to think proper about it when we launch. When we get 10 million downloads. At the moment we have 4 millions, but we plan in 3 or 2 months get 10 millions. After that we will proper think about it. Because now the roadmap is extremely busy. We already booked for everything, and we didn't confirm yet our final decision. When we'll finish with our present roadmap, we're starting to develop the program which will be suitable for all kind of users. So thanks for the question again. Any more questions?
I just wanted to add some information about numbers. Right now we have about 10,000 daily new downloads, and after the integration with Binance, and I can say that Binance specially created their API for IME. So for this integration, they created API for our company. So after the integration with Binance, the number of downloads, daily downloads, was increased to 20,000 new downloads. And we expect that after the integration with Polygon, it will be in, I can say, in 2 weeks. The number of downloads will be even more. So if you have any questions, please ask.
You have the key figures of the projects here on the scene. It's the unique time to find out anything you like.
So if you want to try your luck and participate in our lottery, you can easily download IME. You should insert your ID you will find in this application and fill the flyer and bring it back to our booth. And we will be happy to answer all your questions and announce our happy winner at the end of this event. Thank you very much for your attention and
thanks
have a nice
everybody.
day.
Join our socials, follow our updates. We post everything on Twitter, new partnerships, integrations, possibilities. Ask your hot questions in our social groups. And we are there, over there. You can come up to our stand with anything. We'll be happy to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it.
What's up? What's up? It's Crypto Shakes in the house. We're live in Abu Dhabi. I'm really happy to be here with my friend Shiraz. How's it going, my man?
Good, man. Good. Pleasure.
We just came off stage. I mean, I before you, and you had a really interesting discussion about DeFi, gold, all kinds of things.
Yes.
How are you feeling? How's your energy?
Great. Actually, it was really, really interesting to be able to speak a little bit more with people from actually all over the world, right? I mean,
100%.
Being from Africa, Ala being from so many different places. I mean, it's quite incredible. And we had a few controversial topics of discussion as well. I mean, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm curious. What is your little background? And maybe give the audience a little sort of line through about what you're building in Switzerland.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I've been heavily involved in this space for the past 6 years.
Awesome.
Mainly in the Swiss ecosystem because I was born in the UK but raised actually in Switzerland. Been there for over 20 years now. Quite an interesting company from many different aspects, right? 4 different languages. It's been one of the safe havens for a lot of, let's say, the financial
What's
system.
been crypto adoption like in Switzerland? It's pretty good. I mean, I have Swiss Quote, a bank account there, and I actually hold some Ethereum with them, which is pretty damn cool. I have a debit card, a credit card with them, and I can actually, I think, spend my Ethereum.
Yeah.
So it's really, really quite groundbreaking to see what they're doing out in Switzerland.
Yeah, very, very well adopted. I think one of the most adopted countries in Europe for sure. Over 960 crypto blockchain companies are based there. Employs over 6,000 people. 15 unicorns have been there, you know? I mean, all largest protocols that you can think of. Cardano, Ethereum, Solana, Tezos.
Very
all
cool.
ones that you can name are actually there.
So I'm guessing there's a big link between what's happening in Switzerland and what's happening here in the UAE. I mean, you're obviously here doing talks. What's the link here between the two?
Yeah, so the bridge that I see between the two, the Crypto Valley being the Swiss ecosystem, and now the Crypto Oasis being the Dubai one, I definitely see the bridge being whereby Dubai is a bit more fast moving, you know, Switzerland's a bit slow and steady.
Oh, is it?
Definitely. I mean, you know, that's how they've kind of become what they are today. You know, they're
Interesting.
a small country per capita, and they've been neutral for as long as they existed, and being able to play on both sides of the field really helped them. And so what we really see happening and how I believe the whole ecosystem will develop is that Dubai will kind of be the launch pad for a lot of crypto and blockchain companies coming from the whole kind of Eastern hemisphere of the world, kind of the Asian, African side, where a lot of those countries are now kind of prohibiting cryptocurrencies. I think we'll see a big kind of launching frenzy.
100%, 100%.
And then I think when they mature a little bit further, then a lot of them might seek for a more stable ground to build on and come to Switzerland.
All right, maybe a last question here, but what's been the most sort of controversial thing you've come across at the event today?
Wow, that's a good question.
Well, it may not be controversial, but perhaps something that's, you know, really made you rethink or really sort of challenge your existing views on something.
Okay, I'll definitely give you one. So we had Jordan Belfort on stage, right?
Oh yeah, phenomenal speaker.
Phenomenal speaker. I appreciate his background. I think he's a very smart individual. Done something crazy.
Oh yeah.
Things, some incredible
Oh yeah.
things. However, I would challenge the fact that do we need to have people or celebrities from this traditional world come into this crypto and blockchain space whereby he's definitely well versed in it, but he's not an expert. And some of the things that he said on stage, in my opinion, had some shaky ground. They weren't 100% the truth. Of course, you can say them in that way, and let's say a normal kind of audience would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But for those that really understand this space, for example, when he was saying, yeah, all stable coins are based on the US dollar, so America has nothing to fear. He's forgetting all the kind of commodity-backed stable coins, the algorithmic stable coins, and all the others. And of course, the market is heavily focused on, let's say, USD-backed stable coins, USDC,
yes.
but it's not all of them. And that's not really how the kind of stable coin market is kind of positioning itself in the future. So when he had some statements, I was like, well, who is actually listening to this, having a wider audience? And some of the things that he was saying might not be an exact portrayal. So,
I feel it.
you know, the crypto space, does the crypto space necessarily need these celebrities from the traditional world coming in and making another name for themselves in the space? Or should people like you and me or others that really are passionate about the space from the get-go, right, actually replace them in a certain way?
Great views. Controversial, and yeah, I like them. Well, I think we can wrap that up. It was a very interesting interview with Shiraz. Obviously, you've got Storm Partners. Check him out in Switzerland. And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next one.
So tell me, you're here at Blockchain World Conference. What are you going to, you're the keynote speaker, you're
Yeah.
the most notable speaker,
Right.
let's be honest. What are you going to be telling the audience?
I think it's really interesting because I'm one of these people that was a really well-published bear on Bitcoin for many, many years, and I had reasons why. And now I'm a bull. So I think it's good when you see someone that's really thought it through. And obviously, I'm financially sophisticated. I know about this stuff. So I think people could take some stock in that if I'm into it now, after really being very negative and publicly so, that's probably a pretty good sign.
I'm really interested to hear about the process that brought you round to blockchain, because obviously it's a process that many of us are going to have to go through as well, because it's such a new technology. It's quite hard to understand.
Sure. So one thing, the distinction is I never was negative on blockchain. Even in my most forceful interview, I'm like, I hate Bitcoin, right? I always say I love blockchain, but I had serious problems at the time with what was going on at Bitcoin. For example, the inflationary aspect. I made a call and I was like really, really right and really, really wrong. In 2017, it was like October, around there. I was right around the peak, close to 20,000. I said Bitcoin is going to crash. And I was right about that. Over the next year or so, it just got destroyed. But then I was wrong. I said it's going to zero and never coming. And that was an important thing because usually in my world, when something that's speculative crashes like that, especially when it's theoretically not backed by something, there's no company there, it dies, withers away, goes to zero, and is never heard about again. When Bitcoin crashed, it stopped at 3 billion. And you have to ask yourself, wait a second, something must be going on more than meets the eye. So that was one thing, that when it crashed, it didn't go down to zero. It actually maintained some base value. So that was very interesting to me. And also the reasons why I was so negative on Bitcoin were I thought it got ahead of itself. And it did. And the initial run up back then was very, very different than the run today. This is much more broad-based institutionally. It's very smart people. A lot of prestigious people are behind it. And let's be honest, I thought I'd be the wrong person to be the early proponent of Bitcoin because of my past. So I think now it's, that I'm a proponent, it makes a lot of sense. But if I was the first guy saying this is the best thing ever, it probably wouldn't have been the right move for me or Bitcoin back then. But I was watching things happen, for example, like there was people saying Bitcoin's going to 1 million. And that bothered me because what I saw was things that were very endemic to the penny stock world, where in order to get average investors to buy something, you have to create these irrationally large potential gains, because if they're just going to make 50% in their money, well, I'd rather buy a regular stock or something. So there was people beating the drum, it's going to 1 million, it's going to 1 million, tomorrow it's going to replace the dollar. And I thought that was nonsense. And that really bothered me. And it almost, it made me so negative on it. And because that was the voice I kept hearing loudest of all. It's going to replace the dollar. And I was like, no way, never going to happen. And that was a big part of it. Also, there was the sovereign risk part. And I was just saying, there's no way listen, I didn't go to jail for stocks. It was for money laundering, the smuggling money to Switzerland. I was like, and I know how the U.S. government is so vehemently against money laundering. I'm like, how are they going to allow a technology that at the time seemed like it was almost designed for that? And its first usage was used on the Silk Road. Now, obviously, it turns out there's a lot better ways to launder money. Bitcoin's a pretty awful way to launder money because it's a paper trail a mile long, right? But that was also the sovereign risk element was really, and I think that if probably the U.S. and other governments could go back, they probably would try to shut down Bitcoin. Too late now. I think it's crossed over, it'd be almost impossible to do. So those are the big reasons why. And then the shift was someone I met gave me a very different, more sober look about Bitcoin, which is really viewing it as property and a store of value. And once I heard that case, and I really, had a long debate with this guy about that, it started making a lot more sense to me. And he's like, this never replacing the dollar. It's not meant to replace the dollar. It's not a good payment system itself. It's more for store. And then I really started looking at it again. That's when I started really getting involved in it.
You've called for government regulation. Now that is really interesting from an individual like yourself. I'm not used to financiers asking for more government regulation into something like a crypto coin. But you do believe that that's
I think
necessary.
it's extremely important and will massively benefit Bitcoin and altcoins that are legit. What's happening right now is that there are all these, SHIT coins out there. And there's two types of altcoins. There's those altcoins that are really interesting. They're trying to solve a problem, remake a financial system in a very elegant, futuristic way. And that's great. But then there's a lot of people out there who are launching these coins that are really designed to do nothing more than separate people from their money. And there's no regulatory landscape right now to crack down on those people in a sufficient way. And also, the lack of clarity the regulators have created is stopping legitimate people from doing things right. I think all the legit players in the blockchain world, they all would love to just tell us what we're supposed to do, and we'll do it. We want to be transparent. We want regulation. So that's why I think it's good to get rid of the bad players, because the bad players give Bitcoin et al. A bad name, and it doesn't deserve that, because it's actually an amazing technology and it's a great store of value. It's proven to be, at least so far. On the other side of the equation, if you go back in history, every time the government comes in and regulates a market like this, it goes flying higher. It gets better, not worse. And everyone's always nervous to me, like with junk bonds. Oh my God, they're going to regulate junk bonds and the party will be over. Look what happened. Junk bonds became mainstream. They said, oh, the credit default stops. They're going to regulate that. It'll all be over. No. Derivatives, the market's big. It always gets bigger after the regulators get in. So yes, there's a bit of pain in the short term, but I think it's a very bullish case that the regulators will get in. And I think they'll get in very soon.
So you've been quite disdainful about certain coins and very enthusiastic about others. Can you outline which ones you like and
Sure.
which ones you don't like?
So without making this a recommendation, things that I own myself, I own a lot of Bitcoin, I own a lot of Ethereum, a Solana, I have some Cardano, I have some Polygon Matic. Those are like, I look at Bitcoin, and Ethereum is like the S&P of crypto, almost like those are the ones that are really the safer, to me, stores of value with a very high likelihood of long-term capital appreciation that will outperform, I think, any other asset class out there, including real estate, even leveraged real estate. Then you have joke coins like Dogecoin and Shiba Inu. Those don't bother me. I don't invest in those. They don't. If people think I hate Shiba Inu or Doge, I don't. Those are different. They're funny. I mean, I think it's stupid. I think people lose their money because they bet foolishly on these things. They don't realize what they are. They were designed to be jokes. They're meant to be jokes. They're pure speculation. They're more NFTs than they are coins. But so those don't bother me. What does bother me are this class of altcoin, when we call them shit coins, and they basically have been designed in a way where there are people behind them that are unscrupulous. They're eventually going to do a rug pull at some point in time, or they just have a mass amount of supply themselves. It's not really solving a problem. There's no real utility, and there's no use cases. It doesn't need to exist. It shouldn't exist. Those really, really bother me. I don't need to name names, but there's a lot of those out there, a lot of them out there, and they really need to be shut down. And all they do is they cause people to lose money, and they give the legitimate ones a bad name. Then you have this other class of DeFi protocols, which I really love. I invest a lot in them, things like OHM, Klima, and I'm getting killed in them right now. But that's okay, but I love that. I'm a very long-term investor. So I went from being up a lot to down a lot, and I also have been hacked recently, which is a good lesson for me. So everyone, you got to be careful. Don't get hacked, right? Be very careful.
Oh, gosh.
I got hacked, yeah.
You got hacked?
I did.
Oh my God, do you think they targeted you directly?
No, it was my MetaMask wallet got hacked, and I'm the least careful person. Like, I'm the guy you would hack. So knowing that, I don't manage my own stuff. I have my CFO of my company. He's very careful. He manages it somehow, even as careful as he is. Something he clicked on the wrong link somewhere, and he ended up in a site he thought was a certain site. It wasn't, and it ended up costing me $250,000, which was enough to ruin my weekend, but not enough to really piss me. I mean, it pissed me off, but it wasn't so terrible. But
it definitely ruined my weekend.
Yeah, it ruined my weekend for sure. And I was out for dinner with some really big venture capitalists, and they were like, "Tell us the yacht sinking story." So I was like, "Oh, let me tell you this." So I started telling the yacht sinking story, and my phone rings, my CFO. It's like Friday night. I'm like, "That can't be good news." And I'm like, "Hello." He's like, "You're not gonna." And he tells him.
Maybe someone else might connect with, right? Each and every one of us are in different walks of life for what we're trying to do, our aspirations and our dreams and our goals. And we talked about the opportunity of saying yes, like the power of saying yes to something new, right? And I'm walking in it right now every single day when a new opportunity has come my way in terms of building new relationships with people. I've been saying yes over and over again, saying yes to new opportunities, new people, new experiences, right? And we talk about building relationships. I'll take you back to my story very quickly. 2016, I wrote a book called How to Network in College. It was all about building relationships for young professionals. I graduated from Princeton University 2013, unemployed, and I looked out into the world and I said, what am I missing? And the piece that I was missing was this idea around networking. The idea that when you build relationships with new people, it opens up new doors of opportunity. I always thought that it was about the work that I did. I always thought that I had to put myself in a position to succeed. And what I'm learning in my walk now is that the relationships that we build with people is everything. That's the currency. People is the currency. Connection is the currency. Right? When you talk about a conference like this where we're at, the technology is amazing. The opportunities around are amazing, but what I'm understanding is that the people matter. Being able to connect with young people. I just spoke with an individual, I don't know where he is, I don't remember his name, but I think he's been following me around for the last couple of days. We had an incredible conversation, and I'm like, man, that's what it's about, right? Building relationships. So the 3 bones of networking that I teach young people is very simple. And I try to stress it over and over again because I think when we take advantage of it, we open new doors of opportunity. The first bone of networking is wishbone. And simply that means state with clarity that which you desire, that which you want, what you're going after. I'm talking to the young college undergraduate that's looking for the new job or the new opportunity. I'm talking to the young entrepreneur who's looking for a business partner or a relationship that can absolutely change the trajectory of their lives. Wishbone means state what you want with purpose wherever you go. The second bone is jawbone. That means to talk to people both with competency and humility. What I mean by that is whatever you know it well. So when I get to talk to young people, I say it over and over again. My thing is inspiration. I take a young person and I say, you got to turn that fear into faith. You got to turn that obstacle into opportunity. You have to turn your adversity into your advantage. You have to create your opportunity for you to step into the door with a voice that empowers you. You have to understand that imposter syndrome tries to take you away from your dream. It's a psychological phenomenon that says, if I step into the room, does my voice matter? So when I see young people, I say, your voice matters. Never doubt who you are. Your voice matters. Regardless of where you are, your voice matters. That's important to me. When I see young people, I say, your voice matters. Lean into you. Your voice matters. I'll say it 7, 8, 9, 10. Your voice matters. And at one moment, it might hit in the stomach, and you say, you know what? I think my voice matters. I think I should make the right connection and step out and see the ideas that I think are relevant in my own world and my own life. And maybe I can make a connection with someone. Maybe someone sees the light in my eye and says, you know what, I want to take a risk. I want to take a chance. I want to invest in you. I want to build with you. But it only happens when we believe in ourselves and understand that our voice belongs in the room. If you feel me, say, yeah. Oh, come on. Let's get some energy in the room. If you feel me, say, yeah. Oh, I like that. One more time. If you feel me, say, yeah. If you feel me, say, oh, yeah. One more time. If you feel me, say, oh, yeah. Oh, we're rocking today. So that first bone is wishbone, right? State what you want with clarity, right? Each and every one of us are on different journeys, but if you know what it is that you do and what you want with clarity, there's a way in which you connect with other people. Your eyes light up. You speak with a different focus because I know more about you, right? The second bone is jawbone, competency and humility, and that simply means know what you know and know it well. But the humility piece means that we have to be genuine everywhere that we go. Kindness wins. Anybody with me on that? Oh, can I get some kindness? Can I get some hand? Kindness wins. Kindness wins. There we go. Kindness, right? Giving your full energy, giving your full value, giving all that you are everywhere that you go wins every single time because people see your heart. They'll learn who you are. They'll learn what you do. They'll learn how talented you are. what business you have. They'll learn that piece, but when you're kind, it opens up that door of connection in one man's humble opinion. And last but not least, wishbone, state what you want with clarity, right? Jawbone, connect with people with competency and humility. And the last bone is that backbone. Can everybody say backbone on 3? 1, 2, 3. Backbone. A little bit more energy. Give it back to me. 1, 2, 3. Backbone. Yeah, backbone just means persist through the failures. Backbone just means that every now and again we're going to have situations where we fail, where we try something new. I'll tell you all personally, I fail constantly and consistently. I try to find new opportunities and ways for myself to grow and to pivot. And what I was talking to my lady about earlier today was that it's interestingly enough, every time I find myself failing, right after that, I learn a lesson that helps me go forward. Can anybody relate? Anybody relate? Can I see some hands? Has anybody failed before? We've done this before. If you failed before, can you give me a hand like the elbow has to lock? And I want us to look around. If you've ever failed, can I see a hand? Come on, we got to be a community. If you've ever failed, can I see your hand? Can we keep it up? I want to look around real quick. I just want to see if anyone's failed like myself. Okay, we got a couple here. I see a couple half hands, so you're not trying. I see full elbows. Okay, I see it. Right? Keep it up for 2 seconds. Help me out. Keep it up. I'm going to say one thing. We're going to say it together. You ready? Failure is your teacher. On 3, we got to say this together to each other. Hands up. We're a community right now. On 3, we're going to say, failure is my teacher. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Keep it up. Failure is your teacher. On 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. That's one lesson that I've learned over and over and over again. When I put myself in a position where I'm trying new things, iterating, new ideas, pivoting, building new relationships, I fail a lot. I try new things when I speak. I try to connect in new ways, different ideas and different concepts. And what I learned along the way is when I try that, I learn something new for the next opportunity. You get me? When we put ourselves in situations where we say, you know what, I don't usually make those connections. I don't usually sit in the front row. I don't usually ask the question. I don't usually make the connection. Maybe this is the day to make the connection. Maybe this is the day to speak to someone new. Maybe this is the day to tell a new part of your story. Right? Maybe this is the day to step up and say, you know what? This is the last day of one of the most incredible global events I've ever been a part of. Maybe I should lean into the idea of trying something new. Maybe I should step out of my social comfort zone, and when I see new people, new surroundings, new circumstances that might at one point in time intimidate me, maybe I walk into that situation and I ask new questions. We were having a conversation earlier and we were talking about it, and he said, I forgot his name. I hope I see him. But he said, Isaac, you said when you build new relationships, you want to make sure that you have the right energy when you meet new people. Tell them your story. He said, but what if you're kind of, laid back and you want to listen to people more? And I said, that's amazing, because my favorite quote when building relationships, in order to be interesting, you have to be interested, right? When you build relationships, in order to be interesting, you want to be interested. Meaning if I ask you questions about your story, your journey, what brought you here, if you just walk around this room and ask people, what's your story? Where'd you come from? What attracts you to this event, this environment, you become the most interesting person in the room. Because the best thing that people want to hear is the opportunity to hear their own story. Can anybody rock with me what I'm saying right now? If it rocks, say yeah. If you hear me say, oh yeah. Okay, so we're connecting. That idea of building relationships is powerful. I've seen it work in my own life so many times. The reason why I'm so passionate about sharing it, the 3 bones in networking, is simply because I've just seen it do so many things in my own life. I love meeting new people, hearing new stories, connecting with people in unique ways, and I love sharing it. So those are the 3 bones that I focus on with young people, and I hope that there's some value for each and every one of you as you're on your journey. to be able to share your story with power, to remember that there's this idea called imposter syndrome. It's real. It's this psychological phenomenon that tells you when you walk into a room, are you sure that your voice matters? I'm just here to remind you that it does. I'll say that one more time because it hits one person, but it doesn't hit everybody, that there's something about you that you have to remember, that your voice matters when you walk into the room. There's someone here that wants to hear your story. That's for one person. I don't know who it was, but maybe you make one new connection today that allows you to get the value add that you need. If you feel me, say yeah. If you feel me, say oh yeah. I love it. I love it. Now I'm free here. There's so many ways I want to go, so many things I want to talk about. But I think at the end of the day, it's just about the power of relationships. So I'll keep going, but at the same time, I wanted to open it up for questions. We had an amazing Q&A at a Helicon studio yesterday, like 5:30ish at the end of the day. And it was like we turned it to a family. It was just amazing to connect with people. So I'm very eager to hear maybe anybody who maybe just wants a mic and want to share a little bit about their story or a question. I would love to start off the conversation and keep it flowing. Does anybody have a question? Not all at once. Talk to me. Questions. There we go.
Hello. I just want to say that when you have the wrong relationship in your life, you will have it like, you will be disappointed. So how to have the same energy to meet new people?
So your question is, what's your name?
In'am.
In'am.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. So your question is, how do you find the right energy to build new relationships?
Yeah, because I've been disappointed by a lot of my relationships. So I don't have the same energy.
It's almost like you're losing faith in
Yes.
So
how to have it back?
Oh, you got to remember that there's new opportunities there. Right? You know I'm telling you what you already know. Right? So, for example, have you met, I'm going to put you on the spot. Have you been here a couple of days? Have you been? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you met new people?
Yes.
How have the relationships been thus far? Are they dynamic? Are they filling with new energy? Are you saying, you know what, I have new faith in the relationships that I'm building?
Yes, but I'm always scared to have new relationships.
Why are you scared?
Because I don't know. I don't have the same energy.
You don't have the same energy for it. You ready? I need you to try something new.
Okay.
Got me? I'm talking straight to you, right? So you asked this question. I'm here at this moment. You asked me. This is the moment, so I'm going to talk directly to you. I need you to step out of your comfort zone. Got me? Feel me? There's people here that want to connect with you, but our perspective on what you can find, on what we can find, dictates what we find, right? So if I walk in and I say, like you say, I'm scared to build new relationships, I don't know if I'm going to find anything, guess what I'm going to find? Are you rocking with me? But if I step in with a new sense of optimism and a spirit that says, you know what, there's going to be people that I can connect with in a unique and real way, what do you think I'm bound to find? Talk to me. Talk to me. I know. Talk to me. Take your time. It's all good. This is your moment.
Okay. Maybe I will try to do that.
Can we get rid of the maybe? Can we try it?
I will try.
You will try. That's
Yes.
all we can do, right? That's all we can do.
Yes.
This idea of inspiration is interesting, right? It comes from this word, the Latin word spirare, right? Which means to breathe life into. So when I'm discouraged or I'm in your shoes, because I've felt it, we've all felt that. Sometimes we just need a word to remind us, no, there's good out there. We got it. Maybe you just needed that, right? Yes. I need you to try.
I will.
You'll try.
I will.
That's all I'm asking. You got it. Can y'all give her a
Thank
round
you.
of applause? Can you give her a round of applause? Can you give her like some real energy like she's gonna try? Oh, you guys can be better. Can you give her some energy like go try? That's for you.
Thank you.
That's for you. Any questions? Yes. Try.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Isaac, I just would like you to just give a bit of a background. I know it's probably a long journey. Like you said, it was winding. When did that switch happen? What was that pinnacle for you when you said you graduated from a Ivy League university and then you were unemployed? What was that switch that changed from an athlete to, you know, being at a university in a country that's not your own, not your own culture, but I'm going to inspire the youth? What was that switch?
Sure. So I graduated 2013, unemployed, tried to figure out what was going on, and I had a friend who gave me a book. The book was called Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. And it was talking about how to build professional relationships in order to help yourself both personally and professionally. I read the book and I said, you know what? I need to do more work in terms of getting out of my social comfort zone. I was working at Princeton University and I created a mentoring program. I loved connecting with the youth. We were talking about networking. We were talking about authentic leadership. We're talking about how to connect in unique and real ways. I would have a group just like this, 30 guys. They all look just like me. I said, hey, this is what we need to do to take advantage of the opportunity. Let's go get it. That's my energy. Let's go get it. And they'd be like, I got it, right? So that energy inspired me. And in that work, I was finding my passion and my path, and I had no idea. That's why when I talk to young people, I say, wherever direction you're going, lean yourself into it, because you never know where it'll take you. I'm speaking in a new country to some amazing people, 9,000 miles away from home. I will never, ever in my life take this for granted, right? But what I'm learning on my journey is that when you lean into who you are, your authentic self, you never really realize what door will open. So when I talk about the youth and you're saying, what was the change? The change was I decided to give more value than I was taking to the people around me, and doors began to open. So when I talk about build relationships, I say this concept over and over again that says 51-49. Be the 51 in the room. That simply means that I'm going to provide more value than I take. And what often happens in your journey when you provide more value than you take, you provide more value than you take, and you provide more value than you take, new doors open and people are attracted to you. Because now you're a person who is not only interesting, but interested. So I was watching this happen in real time, and I said, I can't just be selfish in my own journey. I have to share what I know when I know it. I tell my mom's story all the time because I grew up with a youngest of 7. So I had people who literally poured into me moment after moment. So when they poured into me, I turned and said, who can I pour this into? So when I learn something, I have to tell somebody else because it burns inside of me. That's how I'm wired. So the moment that changed for me was 2 things to answer your question. I think when we talk about passion, I think it's underrated. I think it's an intrinsic thing that comes from the inside of you that says, you know, this is your gift, your purpose, your path. Lean into it. And if you lean into it, doors of opportunity will open that you never thought were possible. Oftentimes you try to think it through, and I'm saying, nah, open yourself and open your passion and see what comes to you. Right? Open yourself and open your and see what comes to you. You know, don't put a limit on it. And I think when that happens over and over again, you can't even fathom the possibilities, right? And that's why I talk to youth the way that I do and stay inspired and try to, because I know how it's worked for me and I've seen it work for others, and I want to continue doing that. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? ideas, personal, anything. My man. I love the suit, brother. You look great.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Isaac, I really love you. You know, the way you inspire the people. Trust me, right now I'm just shivering inside because I don't have the confidence to just talk to you. But I want you to give me a reason that everyone here sitting right now can do it. Give us that power so that we can do it, you know?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Yeah, you hit me. I appreciate you, brother.
Give me a reason. Like, the thing is, I actually cannot talk to, just come over there and talk to people. Yeah. I want you to, just one specific reason that can come in our mind, and just give that specific energy to the audience. I want you to give me that one reason, please. I really appreciate it.
You gave it to me. You already got it. Talk to me. What do you need?
That energy that you have.
Yeah.
I want to have the same energy.
Yeah.
So I can come up over there and just talk to people, right?
Yeah.
That's what I need. Give me.
I got you.
You got me?
We're going to have a moment.
I really appreciate that.
Two things. Whatever you do, lean into it and love it. Never judge your path if you're leaning into it and you're doing it for the right reasons. Be authentically yourself in everything that you do. Right? Don't worry about judgment. Don't worry about anything else. Worry about leaning into something that you do authentically. And what I'm learning is when you lean in authentically, you won't catch everybody, but you will catch one. And that's all you need to do. The job isn't to talk to everybody. I'm not trying to connect. I just wanted that. You just made my entire day. I did my job because we connected. So when you ask what you do, just lean into whatever you do. Everyone here does something different. The only thing that I'm here for is that energy. I'm saying put energy behind what you do. That's it. Love what you, remember your why. I'm the son of Robina Sawanga. Right? A single mother who raised 7 children. She didn't go to college, but she saw her baby graduate from the #1 university in the United States. I represent her everywhere I go. And I think when people find their why, lean into their why. Who are the people that you do it for? It's not just for you. It might be for other people. That's what gives you energy. Right? That's what gives you energy. Maya Angelou's quote, I come as one person, but I stand as 10,000, means that you're not just listening to me, you're listening to the people who've paved the way for me to be here. Right? Has someone helped you be who you are today?
Well, I try to build myself up.
Yes.
So they are my support, you know. They are my support. They're the backbone.
But has someone done something for you to let you be the person you are today?
Yes, my parents, for sure.
That's it. And when you carry that in your heart, you're good. Always. That's my belief.
Bless your mom. I'm pretty sure she's going to be proudest right now.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate you coming over here and just guiding the young youth how to just, you know, build things up, how to take step, and I think how to be confident about yourself and how to love yourself.
Right.
I think that's the main concern in the society right now, because people, they don't love themselves. They think that people are going to judge them, and their confidence get down, you know, they get like self-esteem, you know, they're going to go through anxiety, a lot of depression as well. I think I was one of those person as well. But end of the day, I think you usually have to get up. The thing is that the change is going to be from within yourself. You have to go get up and do it. If you really want to do it, you have to do it. In it. Now the thing is that I went back to the YouTube because I was depressed because I don't have a good career right now. I'm just struggling right away. So I just went to the YouTube. I just checked all the motivational quotes, you know. I watched successful people, like how they didn't have anything in their life and how they are right now. And I think I really appreciate since the first day I saw you, because I never knew. Trust me, to be honest. Don't be upset about it. Don't be mad. The first day I came over here, I saw you. I researched, you know, I just did some research, and trust me, I really love you, man. I love you. You know, a big hands to this guy. Trust me, because I think he motivated me right now. And bless you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I appreciate you, brother. Man. I think we got a couple more minutes.
3 more minutes.
Yeah. You made me shed a tear on camera, brother. Come on now. It's my Friday. This is my weekend. I'm not supposed to. Come on, man. Sheesh.
Hi, I wanted to ask you, because you really inspire me, I wanted to ask you how you got so comfortable with okay. Hi, you really inspire me, so I wanted to ask you how you got so comfortable with being your true self, showing your energy, showing the real you, without the fear of judgment.
What's your name?
I'm Leanne.
Leon?
Yeah.
A pleasure to meet you. Give me the question one more time.
It's like, how did you get so comfortable with being the true you, showing all your energy without the fear of judgment, without people thinking you're too much, or just the fear of judgment in general?
That's a good question, because I am too much for some people, so that's just what it is. But the truth is, our ability to be ourselves wherever we are, I think that you'll attract what you're supposed to attract, and that's that, right? So the goal is, I say this over and over and over again, because I try to stay by it. I don't try to reach everyone. I just try to reach that person that goes, I feel you.
I feel you.
That's it. And I think each and every one of us in our path, if we can learn the power of authenticity, which means that you have there's a voice, you were given the voice for a reason. You were given your path for a reason. You look like yourself for a reason. You walk into the room in the way in which you do for a reason. You connect with the people that you, for a reason. You dress for a reason. There's a person that sees, they see it. They see it. I saw some young men out yesterday, Sudanese men, and they saw me, and they most, and there was a group, and I was like, oh man, they got dark skin just like, they were like, my brother. And I was like, I got you. And I had a connecting moment. It was we saw each other. And sometimes we have to be the example, right? And be true to who we are, regardless of the external circumstances, regardless of what we think someone else will. We have to walk into that room, right? Because if we don't walk into that room confidently in the right way, then I'm not paving the path right for the next man up. Got me? So there's going to be young people that look just like you, that look up to you. Do you have younger siblings?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How much younger?
7 years.
Okay, so I'm the youngest of 7. I copied my siblings I looked at them all the time. Yeah. Dressed like them, walked like them, talked like them, right? Yeah. So your ability to be your authentic self is inspiring those people. Do it for them.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you got it. All right, we're 1 minute over. I did my time. Boom. Thank you all so much for being here and the amazing energy and man. Woo. Thank you guys.
and my phone rings, my CFO. It's like Friday night. I'm like, that can't be good news. And I look, I'm like, hello. He's like, you're not gonna. And he tells him like, and then I actually said, I can't tell the Beyonce story.
No, you can't.
Yeah, and then I tried to hire a company to trace it, and still hoping maybe I'll get it back at some point. But it's that's a problem with crypto is that when someone hacks, if it's on the chain, you can't get it back. That needs to change somehow, and I think that there will be advances that will allow it to change.
So you actually think that someone had managed to steal your password effectively and then transfer the Bitcoin from one account to another?
I'm not sure if it was, effectively, yes. I think it wasn't my password. I think what happened was, we're still not 100% sure, that my CFO ended up on a site that he thought was MetaMask.
Okay.
And it wasn't. It was like some sub MetaMask site that mirrored MetaMask and actually had the same functionality. But so what happened was he opened up his windows to like give me a daily report, and then like he turned his head for a second, went back, and it was gone.
The sophistication of these attacks is absolutely extraordinary.
No, it's really bad.
At every economic level are being
Really
targeted.
bad. So
It's
yeah,
really
and then the same week, the guy who like runs security for somewhere else, like FTX, got hacked. I was like, so one of the companies got hacked. I was like, not just me. So, but now I have everything in a ledger, so it can't be hacked right now. So learn my lessons.
That's really interesting. Before we spoke about hacking, you mentioned NFTs, which
Yeah.
of course is another
Yes,
incredibly new technology, an incredibly new idea even. For most laymen, it is utterly incomprehensible.
So I'm a big owner of NFTs. I've never, everyone always has asked me to create them. I've never created any of my own yet.
Okay.
One day I will, but I wanted to first get into the market as a buyer and a supporter of the market, which I have heavily. I bought a CryptoPunk. I bought a bunch of other NFTs out there. And I recently bought a very expensive piece of artwork in Art Basel and with the NFT attached to it, right? So I think that, the best way to look at NFTs is like, if you have children, or maybe you are still a child, or you're 20, you're a child in my mind, right? Right. But, like I watched my kid when he was 16, 15, play video games, and he's sitting there all day long searching for like virtual bananas and virtual bags of gold and extra lives. He's that, can I borrow money? I need to buy a life. I need to do that. I need to buy a property. Like, and I'm like, well, what are you doing? Like, how could you be this much into like this virtual things, right? What happens in the human brain is that when you're involved in that world, you don't distinguish between you get the same dopamine hits from the virtual as you do from the real.
Yeah.
So things like a virtual painting, meaning, the virtual representation of a painting or a piece of art, a virtual piece of property, a house, a virtual room or meeting place to go to. All these things that seem odd, we've actually been doing it in video games in a 2D way. So I think what you have to imagine is you watch one of these sci-fi movies and they all wear, either they have built into their eye where suddenly there's like an overlay. I think this is what's going to happen with augmented reality, where you're going to start looking around the world and you'll have either glasses on, not like the old style Google. I mean, modern, I think it's about to happen with these glasses coming out from some big companies, and maybe some prototypes are already out where they look like Ray-Bans or whatever, and you're going to be able to see overlays in a virtual world overlaying the real one. And I think that's when you're going to start to see NFTs where like you'll walk in and you'll see your digital things, your virtual things around you, and there's going to be a whole world. It's almost like we don't even know what this world is going to look like. When they were building the train tracks that went across the United States and for that matter the world, no one really knew what was going to happen in all these small towns that would spring up, but we knew that you had to connect the whole country. I think the metaverse represents that, like the train connecting the whole country the way the internet connected the world. And then you can have all these virtual things, hence NFTs, that like represent the digital it's a signature, it's a one of one or a certain number, it shows authenticity. And I think that's going to have massive value in this upcoming metaverse, which I think is going to be a really big thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm betting on it heavily.
I'm really impressed by your vision, to be honest, because it's quite difficult as a layperson to imagine this metaverse, to imagine how NFTs are going to be of value when they're non-tangible by their very nature. Do you think an ordinary layperson should be making those types of investments? Someone with concerns about school fees and rent.
Sure. I think it's relative to, like, in other words, how old you are, how much money you have to invest. I wouldn't take your last dollars and do it, but what I would do is take a very small amount of money that you can afford to lose, and I would take that money and start dabbling in this stuff slowly and carefully to learn about it. And and start buying what you like. Not so much to make money, but what you enjoy being part of. For example, one of the things with NFTs is that typically they come with communities attached. So it's almost like a ticket to a membership of a very exclusive, sometimes very exclusive, or semi-exclusive club. So when you buy an NFT, I would say, what's the utility? Does it open up an invitation to be with certain people or get you into certain chat rooms where you can start meeting people and doing more business? There's also that side. So it creates alliances, it creates groups for networking. And I'm a big believer in the power of networking and masterminding. It's always been a very big part of my success is the group of people that you surround yourself with, for better or worse, right? And so I think that's a big part of it too. But what I would do is for everybody is start very, very small and use that to educate yourself. Like you can have a little bit of education money that you can afford to lose because some of this stuff is very, very inexpensive. I wouldn't go out there and start betting on this stuff like I'm looking to pay my tuition or pay the rent next month. I think it's probably going to end pretty badly for most people.
I've got to ask you a couple of Wolfie questions to start with. Matthew McConaughey, the humming. Who was his character based on? Did he ever hum at you?
So he's amazing, by the way.
Yes, a wonderful actor.
And that scene up in the top of it's called the top of the Sixes. That was the restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Very, very accurate. But we didn't do this thing. We did something else. We would chant the word yes, and we'd scream. Everyone bang their fists and say yes every morning to get. That was Matthew. His humming thing is his thing,
okay.
Which, by the way, I wish I had invented it. But I'm glad to steal it from him publicly and give him credit, right?
Yeah.
Is that because it's this amazing thing that became on the movie set almost like this rallying cry. He did it like out of nowhere. And Marty Scorsese, like the first thing, he's 1 second, but I got to do something. He's like, And Marty's like, Leo, what's he doing? He's like, this is the thing he does when he acts. And Marty's like, I love that. Can we make that part of the movie? And they actually took that and integrated it into the movie. And then I was like, this is great stuff. And it's like really funny. People do it all over the world. They do it at EDM concerts. They'll do it at football games. It's unbelievable. So that's
There's
the
a
story.
brunch here where they do it, like a Friday brunch in between each course and
funny.
shots. They do
Exactly.
the heart thing. And so would it be fair to say you're no longer the Wolf of Wall Street? What would your alter spirit ego be now? What are you the bear of the bear of blockchain?
I think that the wolf can be good or bad. Like, so I'm the benevolent wolf of Wall Street right now. So I think, Wolf's got a lot of great characteristics. It's very loyal. It's very adaptive. The wolf will always find a way to make something happen in terms of like you put it in any environment, it'll figure out a way to survive. So it's a very loyal animal. But I'm not the carnivorous wolf of Wall Street that is looking to make money, whether or not we'll lose in the process. That I'm not anymore.
A pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Gordon
you.
Bellecourt,
Likewise.
for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure. And my phone rings, my CFO. It's like Friday night. I'm like, that can't be good news. And I'm like, hello. He's like, you're not gonna. And he tells him like, and then I actually said, I can't tell the Beyonce story.
No, you can't.
Yeah. And then I tried to hire a company to trace it, and still hoping maybe I'll get it back at some point. But it's that's a problem with crypto is that when someone hacks, if it's on the chain, you can't get it back. That needs to change somehow. And I think that there will be advances that will allow it to change.
So you actually think that someone had managed to steal your password effectively and then transfer the Bitcoin from one account to another?
I'm not sure if it was, effectively, yes. I think it wasn't my password. I think what happened was, we're still not 100% sure, is that my CFO ended up on a site that he thought was MetaMask.
Okay.
And it wasn't. It was like some sub MetaMask site that mirrored MetaMask and actually had the same functionality. But so what happened was he opened up his windows to like give me a daily report, and then like he turned his head for a second, went back, and it was gone.
The sophistication of these attacks is absolutely extraordinary.
No, it's really bad.
At every economic level are being
Really
targeted.
bad. So
It's
yeah,
really
and at the same week, the guy who like runs security for somewhere else, like FTX, got hacked. I was like, so one of the companies got hacked. I was like, not just me. So, but now I have everything in a ledger, so it can't be hacked right now. So learn my lessons.
That's really interesting. Before we spoke about hacking, you mentioned NFTs, which
Yeah.
of course is another incredibly new technology, an incredibly new idea even. For most laymen, it is utterly incomprehensible.
So I'm a big owner of NFTs. I've never, everyone always has asked me to create them. I've never created any of my own yet.
Okay.
One day I will, but I wanted to first get into the market as a buyer and a supporter of the market, which I have heavily. I bought a CryptoPunk. I bought a bunch of other NFTs out there. And I recently bought a very expensive piece of artwork in Art Basel and with the NFT attached to it, right? So I think that, the best way to look at NFTs is like, if you have children, or maybe you are still a child, or you're 20, you're a child in my mind, right? Right. But, like I watched my kid when he was 16, 15, play video games, and he's sitting there all day long searching for like virtual bananas and virtual bags of gold and extra lives. He's that, can I borrow money? I need to buy a life. I need to do that. I need to buy a property. Like, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, how could you be this much into like this virtual things, right? What happens in the human brain is that when you're involved in that world, you're distinguishing you get the same dopamine hits from the virtual as you do from the real.
Yeah.
So things like a virtual painting, meaning, the virtual representation of a painting or a piece of art, a virtual piece of property, a house, a virtual room or meeting place to go to. All these things that seem odd, we've actually been doing it in video games in a 2D way. So I think what you have to imagine is you watch one of these sci-fi movies and they all wear, either they have built into their eye where suddenly there's like an overlay. I think this is what's going to happen with augmented reality, where you're going to start looking around the world and you'll have either glasses on, not like the old style Google. I mean, modern, I think it's about to happen with these glasses coming out from some big companies, and maybe some prototypes are already out where they look like Ray-Bans or whatever, and you're going to be able to see overlays in a virtual world overlaying the real one. And I think that's when you're going to start to see NFTs where like you'll walk in and you'll see your digital things, your virtual things around you, and there's going to be a whole world. It's almost like we don't even know what this world is going to look like. When they were building the train tracks that went across the United States and for that matter, the world, no one really knew what was going to happen in all these small towns that would spring up, but we knew that you had to connect the whole country. I think the metaverse represents that, like the train connecting the whole country, the way the internet connected the world. And then you can have all these virtual things, hence NFTs, that like represent the digital, it's a signature, it's a one of one or a certain number, it shows authenticity. And I think that's going to have massive value in this upcoming metaverse, which I think is going to be a really big thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm betting on it heavily.
I'm really impressed by your vision, to be honest, because it's quite difficult as a layperson to imagine this metaverse, to imagine how NFTs are going to be of value when they're non-tangible by their very nature. Do you think an ordinary layperson should be making those types of investments? Someone with concerns about school fees and rent.
Sure. I think it's relative to, like, in other words, how old you are, how much money you have to invest. I wouldn't take your last dollars and do it, but what I would do is take a very small amount of money that you can afford to lose, and I would take that money and start dabbling in this stuff slowly and carefully to learn about it, and and start buying what you like, not so much to make money, but what you enjoy being part of. For example, one of the things with NFTs is that typically they come with communities attached. So it's almost like a ticket to a membership of a very exclusive, sometimes very exclusive or semi-exclusive club. So when you buy an NFT, I would say, what's the utility? Does it open up an invitation to be with certain people or get you into certain chat rooms where you can start meeting people and doing more business? There's also that side. So it creates alliances, it creates groups for networking. And I'm a big believer in the power of networking and masterminding. It's always been a very big part of my success is the group of people that you surround yourself with, for better or worse, right? And so I think that's a big part of it too. But what I would do is for everybody is start very, very small and use that to educate yourself. Like you can have a little bit of education money that you can afford to lose, because some of this stuff is very, very inexpensive. I wouldn't go out there and start betting on this stuff like I'm looking to pay my tuition or pay the rent next month. I think it's probably going to end pretty badly for most people.
I've got to ask you a couple of wolfy questions to start with. Matthew McConaughey, the humming. Who was his character based on? Did he ever hum at you?
So he's amazing, by the way.
Yes, a wonderful actor.
And that scene up in the top of the it's called the top of the sixes. That was the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
Very, very accurate. But we didn't do this thing. We did something else. We would chant the word yes, and we'd scream. Everyone bang their fists and say yes every morning to get. That was Matthew. His humming thing is his thing,
Okay.
which, by the way, I wish I had invented it, but I'm glad to steal it from him publicly and give him credit, right?
Yeah.
Is that because it's this amazing thing that became on the movie set almost like this rallying cry. He did it like out of nowhere. And Marty Scorsese, like the first thing, he's 1 second, but I got to do something. He's like, and Marty's like, Leo, what's he doing? He's like, this is thing he does when he acts. And Marty's like, I love that. Can we make that part of the movie? And they actually took that and integrated it into the movie. And then I was like, this is great stuff. And it's like really funny. People do it all over the world. They do it at EDM concerts. They'll do it at football games. It's unbelievable. So that's, yeah, that's
There's
the
a
story.
brunch here where they do it, like a Friday brunch in between each course and
funny.
shots. They do
Exactly.
the heart thing. And so would it be fair to say you're no longer the Wolf of Wall Street? What would your alter spirit ego be now? What are you the bear of the bear of blockchain?
I think that the wolf can be good or bad. Like, so I'm the benevolent wolf of Wall Street right now. So I think, Wolf's got a lot of great characteristics. It's very loyal. It's very adaptive. The wolf will always find a way to make something happen in terms of like you put it in any environment, it'll figure out a way to survive. So it's a very loyal animal. But I'm not the carnivorous wolf of Wall Street that is looking to make money, whether or not we'll lose in the process. That I'm not anymore.
A pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Gordon
you.
Belcourt, for
Likewise.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
How's it going, guys? Another session here at Blockchain World. Crypto Shakes in the house. I'm here with my man, Adam. He's the founder of Hcash. Pretty interesting blockchain. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what Hcash is all about.
All right, so back in 2016, it came as an idea. We could see scalability issues with Bitcoin. Not only that, we also knew about quantum computing and where it was going. Obviously, people didn't realize just how quick it was going to develop.
Right.
But we had the foresight to go down that road as far as finding quantum resistant, which is not an easy thing to do.
So this is a very interesting topic, quantum resistant blockchain. So as many of you guys might know, Bitcoin being a proof of work blockchain, it's susceptible to being attacked, a 51% attack. So that is
correct.
Where 51% of the miners are sort of acquired or controlled. Someone could destroy Bitcoin, right? And so you have built a blockchain that is effectively capable of resisting that kind of 51% attack.
Well, yeah, I think it goes deeper than that. So your 51% attack, we've got the POS POW system, so it's a hybrid.
Proof of stake.
Yeah, proof of stake and proof of work.
You've got two different types of.
That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah, double mining, so a hybrid mining system. It's exactly right.
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about why you chose to make it hybrid.
I think we could see the future of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, and that's why we went down that road. The whole idea was to build something that was a little bit more advanced than most of the projects that were out there at the time. Having a bit of foresight and understanding where blockchain was going to go in the future, I think that was the key to building Hcash in the first place.
Wonderful,
So,
wonderful. So any sort of, maybe you could tell us a little bit about where you envision Hcash sits in terms of its utility. I mean, are you positioning it within the payments industry? Are you positioning it within decentralized finance? Where do you kind of see it sitting?
I've sort of, the reason that I got into blockchain in the first place was for blockchain development. That's where my passion was, more so than the cryptocurrency side of it. Although, cryptocurrency is great as well, so I'm happy with that. But it was more about the love of blockchain and developing and going further with what the possibilities of blockchain would be.
Right.
When we start talking about using it for like governments, big business, all that sort of stuff, I think that's where my mind was set to try and make it a usable product that would be usable in the real world, not just a blockchain for the sake of having a blockchain.
And I guess one of the means of it being quite usable is that it's a fast blockchain.
That's correct.
Gas fees are perhaps minimal, so that
Yep.
the likes of the issues that we're seeing on Ethereum or other blockchains, you're not really seeing that kind of issue with Hcash.
That's correct. But look, having said that, Ethereum's fantastic.
Yes.
Love Vitalik, love what he's been doing. Especially that's where my love for it is with the blockchain is seeing someone like Vitalik and what he's been doing. So I won't rubbish Vitalik. The gas fees, okay, are a little bit heavy.
Vitalik has built a wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Ethereum myself.
Yeah.
But of course, gas fees is usually a very big topic.
Yep,
in the industry.
100%. Yeah.
So where do you kind of see the blockchain industry going?
Well, hopefully we can see where blockchain is going. It's going to be used everywhere. Like I was saying before, with the governments and using for sending data, I think this is a big thing. Like we were talking about decentralized data storage. I mean, that's part of what this whole conference is about: greener blockchain, decentralized data. It's a big thing, and using it for government, this is huge. Like, how many times the data get lost?
100%. No, agreed.
Immutable, right? You want transparency, all that sort of stuff, then let's talk about
You
it.
envision Hcash being a big part of building that kind of infrastructure. You want to pitch to governments, to institutions.
100%. That's exactly where I want to go with it.
Wonderful. Well, let's wrap this up. Thank you so much, Adam, for coming on for an interview with Blockchain World. I had a great time speaking with you, and I'll catch you guys next time at another one. Take it easy.
See you guys.
Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it.
What's up? Crypto Shakes in the house. We're live in Abu Dhabi. I'm really happy to be here with my friend Shiraz. How's it going, my man?
Good, man. Good. Pleasure.
We just came off stage. I mean, I before you, and you had a really interesting discussion about DeFi, gold, all kinds of things.
Yes.
How are you feeling? How's your energy?
Great. Actually, it was really, really interesting to be able to speak a little bit more with people from actually all over the world, right? I mean,
100%.
Being from Africa, Ala being from so many different places. I mean, it's quite incredible. And we had a few controversial topics of discussion as well. I mean, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm curious. What is your little background? And maybe give the audience a little sort of line through about what you're building in Switzerland.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I've been heavily involved in this space for the past 6 years.
Awesome.
Mainly in the Swiss ecosystem because I was born in the UK but raised actually in Switzerland. Been there for over 20 years now. Quite an interesting company from many different aspects, right? 4 different languages. It's been one of the safe havens for a lot of, let's say, the financial
What's been crypto adoption like in Switzerland? It's pretty good. I mean, I have Swiss Quote, a bank account there, and I actually hold some Ethereum with them, which is pretty damn cool. I have a debit card, a credit card with them, and I can actually, I think, spend my Ethereum. So it's really, really quite groundbreaking to see what they're doing out in Switzerland.
Yeah, very, very well adopted. I think one of the most adopted countries in Europe for sure. Over 960 crypto blockchain companies are based there. Employs over 6,000 people. 15 unicorns have been there, you know? I mean, all largest protocols that you could think of. Cardano, Ethereum, Solana, Tezos.
Very
all the
cool.
ones that you can name are actually there.
So I'm guessing there's a big link between what's happening in Switzerland and what's happening here in the UAE. I mean, you're obviously here doing talks. What's the link here between the two?
Yeah, so the bridge that I see between the two, the crypto valley being the Swiss ecosystem, and now the crypto oasis being the Dubai one, I definitely see the bridge being whereby Dubai is a bit more fast moving. You know, Switzerland's a bit slow and steady.
Oh, is it?
Definitely. I mean, you know, that's how they've kind of become what they are today. You know, they're
Interesting.
a small country per capita, and they've been neutral for as long as they existed. And being able to play on both sides of the field really helped them. And so what we really see happening and how I believe the whole ecosystem will develop is that Dubai will kind of be the launch pad for a lot of crypto and blockchain companies coming from the whole kind of Eastern hemisphere of the world, kind of the Asia and African side, where a lot of those countries are now kind of prohibiting cryptocurrencies. I think we'll see a big kind of launching frenzy.
100%, 100%.
And then I think when they mature a little bit further, then a lot of them might seek for a more stable ground to build on and come to Switzerland.
All right, maybe a last question here, but what's been the most sort of controversial thing you've come across at the event today?
Wow, that's a good question.
Well, it may not be controversial, but perhaps something that's, you know, really made you rethink or really sort of challenge your existing views on something.
Okay, I'll definitely give you one. So we had Jordan Belfort on stage, right?
Oh yeah, phenomenal speaker.
Phenomenal speaker. I appreciate his background. I think he's a very smart individual. Done something crazy.
Oh yeah.
Some incredible
Oh yeah.
things. However, I would challenge the fact that do we need to have people or celebrities from this traditional world come into this crypto and blockchain space whereby he's definitely well versed in it, but he's not an expert. And some of the things that he said on stage, in my opinion, had some shaky ground. They weren't 100% the truth. Of course, you can say them in that way, and let's say a normal kind of audience would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But for those that really understand this space, for example, when he was saying, yeah, all stable coins are based on the US dollar, so America has nothing to fear. He's forgetting all the kind of commodity-backed stable coins, the algorithmic stable coins, and all the others. And of course, the market is heavily focused on, let's say, USD-backed stable coins, USDC, USDT, but it's not all of them. And that's not really how the kind of stablecoin market is kind of positioning itself in the future. So when he had some statements, I was like, well, who is actually listening to this, having a wider audience? And some of the things that he was saying might not be an exact portrayal. So,
I feel it.
you know, the crypto space, does the crypto space necessarily need these celebrities from the traditional world coming in and making another name for themselves in the space? Or should people like you and me or others that really are passionate about the space from the get-go, right, actually replace them in a certain way?
Great views. Controversial, and yeah, I like them. Well, I think we can wrap that up. It was a very interesting interview with Shiraz. Obviously, you've got Storm Partners. Check him out in Switzerland. And yeah, we'll see you guys on the next one. Welcome to another session here at Blockchain World, an Asperger with the Crypto Shakes podcast. I'm here with my main man, Johnny, with Abu Crypto. How's it going?
Brilliant. I had a fantastic first day here at the Blockchain World. Plenty of traction about our product, interacting with lots of our community. Really, really good start to the 3 day.
Awesome. Yeah. So obviously, very relevant what you're doing. This is Helicon NFTs, obviously an NFT kind of sort of event. You're also building an NFT project. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're building an NFT project here on the ground in Abu Dhabi. We're built with 3 best friends in terms of expats here. We're built with our wives as well. So we've got a team of 6 that are involved. It's a very much family-based business. And that's where the idea of the Abu Crypto came from. We have the 8 family members of a traditional Arabic family, all the way from mom down to the grandchildren, the auntie, the uncle, the grandma and the granddad. So part of the NFT is the collection part, and we want everyone to try and collect the 8 NFTs. We've got various different rarities in there, and it's been a really, really exciting project to be involved in. As best friends growing, we were brought together by cryptocurrency. We've had this NFT project, which has really, really grown a lot of traction here on the ground.
So tell me a little bit about the art. How did you come up with the concept, and who put it together?
So our back-end developer, also a helicopter engineer, he came up with the artwork. We all sat down and that was probably the longest part of the project, to edit the art, to keep sort of refining it. Obviously, an NFT is normally one avatar with lots of different traits that is multiply changed to make the rarities. We decided for our first project, we were going to have 8 different NFTs inside our source code. So that made just the coding part, before we got to the smart contract, really, really difficult. But it's something that we think makes our project unique. The fact that it has 8 avatars inside that one NFT itself.
Very interesting. All right. So maybe you can tell me a little bit about some of the utilities around it, because I think you've mentioned it's not just a project involving sort of a collectible. There's something behind it if people buy it.
Yeah,
right?
so utility is everything. There's lots of NFT projects out there. I call it a little bit of the Wild West. So the first thing that we did is to name ourselves on the website. We're all named, our LinkedIn profile's there. It gives us the integrity that we're a project here to stay and that we're a business that wants to grow from our family ethos of being named, and this is our project. Second thing, we partnered with a hotel in Dubai, the Radisson Red. It's a really cool, funky hotel. It fits the NFT theme.
Very
We
cool.
are hosting live parties there, so once a month we'll have an event. If you hold the NFT, that's your ticket. We hosted a pre-sale event, and our pre-sale members came to our first launch party. Next event is a rooftop party in Dubai. You need the NFT to get in. So that's the first utility. We're looking at an Abu coin to build that utility of getting airdrop the coin inside the NFT inside that. And we're also looking at gamifying our NFT
Very cool.
towards
very cool,
the end.
very cool.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe you could, I think you mentioned that that the NFT itself is actually not built on Ethereum. It's built on Matic, Polygon.
Yeah,
Right?
so-
So maybe you can tell us a little bit about why you chose that sort of different avenue.
Obviously, the blockchain that you build on is
Very
integral to your
important.
project.
Yes.
We looked at Ethereum. We're obviously, as crypto investors, we love Ethereum. We love what it does. But unfortunately, with the demand of NFTs, that gas fees have just spiraled out of control. We wanted people to be able to buy the project and it to be affordable. So that's why we went for Matic, because of the gas fees. Community is everything for us at the project, and we wanted to be able to airdrop a lot of our winners. And as we were a startup project, the low gas fees were really attractive.
Absolutely.
OpenSea, one of the biggest marketplaces out there, that's built on Ethereum and Matic.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
that allows people to engage both in the minting from the website and also the OpenSea.
I
as a
100%
second
feel you. I mean, I've blown thousands of dollars
I can
on
imagine.
gas. I remember I fought a huge gas war getting the CyberCons. Literally, it cost me like, I think $1,000 in gas. So
Wow.
I feel you, and I think it's great that you're building on Matic. Polygon. It's now Polygon. Yeah, it sounds like a fantastic project. So just wrapping it up, thank you for coming
Brilliant.
on the
Thanks
on
for
the
having
show.
us.
I think you guys check out Abu Crypto.
AbuCrypto.io, that's our website. That's got all our links
And you're on
to our
Instagram
socials.
as well.
Instagram, Twitter. Yeah, our socials are growing. We've just came into the YouTube world, so
Johnny,
we're here to stay.
Thank you for coming for a session. All right.
Thank you so much.
See you guys next time.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so today we're with Mr. Brad King, and we're going to be talking about blockchain, NFTs, how it's changing the banking system, all that. How are you?
I'm great. Great to be back in Dubai, you know?
Yeah, nice to have you here.
I lived here for 5 years, so it's like coming home.
Nice, nice. How was your speak? Did you like...
It was great. The stage was wonderful.
What do you think about the event, by the way?
No, the event's great. I mean, I've spoken at AdNec before, but no, this stage was spectacular, really.
Glad you liked it.
Yeah.
So I heard the first part of your speech. You talked a lot about like how Bitcoin, when it first came out, people thought that it was going to replace the banking system, but how it's not the case. Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, if you want to replace banks, you've got to replace the way people use money, right? And so the biggest flaw with Bitcoin is, if you wanted to replace the banking system, is people don't want to spend their Bitcoin. They want to hold on to it because of the future potential value of Bitcoin. So if you like, that's a design flaw if the intent of Bitcoin was to circumvent the central banking system. We now have stable coins that are sort of tried to correct that design issue. But ultimately, if you want to like get around the banking system and decentralize the banking system, you have to do that through the modality of payment, the way people use money to pay for goods and services.
Specifically, how do you think that will happen? Like using, you mentioned mobile apps and how technology is affecting the payment system, and how much volume, like and like the more security it has.
Right.
Like,
so it sort of all comes back to like if you think about the 21st century, the 21st century is going to be full of these new sort of digital services that we've got. We've got these super apps now, you know, Grab and Uber and, you know, food delivery services and things like that. But, you know, as the 21st century becomes more and more automated, you're going to have drones delivering pizza. You're going to have, you know, robot taxis that you sit in.
Yeah.
And, you know, education is going to be delivered virtually. Healthcare is going to be delivered virtually. So it's this entire digital services layer that we're creating. So to participate in that economy, you need digital money. You need digital identity.
Yeah.
This is sort of the core infrastructure. So mobile wallets really offer us that ability to not only participate in like the 21st century economy from a digital services perspective, but also in the crypto world, in the metaverse and things like that. They, you know, digital wallets will sort of bridge those various worlds and replace cash and checks and plastic cards that we have today. So that's where the disruption's coming in.
So what do you think is like the advantages of like blockchain technology and crypto as opposed to like how it used to be before that type of technology? What do you think the problem that it's solving?
So if you look at areas like identity, for example, you know, we have a lot of identity theft today around the world. That's increasing as criminals use more and more technology. So blockchain is a very good system that could fix the problems with identity. You know, it creates these auditable, immutable databases essentially that are protected from hacking. Now, you can still hack, you know, hack an individual identity on a phone potentially, things like that. But in terms of sort of making you know, our systems more secure, that's where you'd start. Because if you think about it today, you know, how do we think about identity today? Well, you might have your passport or your driver's license that you use as a form of identity, but you know, they can be compromised. You can buy on the dark web, you know, those sort of products. Your mother's maiden name, your date of birth, your address, what we traditionally use to identify you, you know, that data is out there now. It's no longer securable. So we need biometrics and sort of better auditability of identity systems as an example. And blockchain is perfect for that.
And what do you say to the naysayers? Like, remember when the internet first came out, a lot of people were skeptical about it, and now it's literally the future. A lot of people are saying that about blockchain and Bitcoin and even NFTs. But at the same time, a lot of people are like, what is this? I don't understand it. Why are people just screenshotting? Why don't people just screenshot the image and steal it? What do you say about that?
So I think, you know, most of the reason people don't get it is they sort of tend to think in very linear terms, right? They look at technology as sort of slowly changing the way they live. But actually, when you look at technology from a sort of 30,000 foot perspective, we've got this J-curve of extremely disruptive technologies come together. Internet, artificial intelligence, all of those things. And so when we look at blockchain or NFT or these components, it's the world adapting to digitalization. We're digitizing intellectual property, we're digitizing assets, and we're trying to find ways to express the physical world and ownership and contracts and things like that in a world that's now becoming dominantly digital. And so it's an evolution from the purely physical world to the physical world being expressed in the digital space.
Nice, interesting. Do you want to maybe talk about your book? Tell us a bit about it. Like,
which author wouldn't want to talk about their book?
I mean,
so this is my 6th book. It's called The Rise of Techno-Socialism, How Inequality, AI, and Climate Will Usher in a New World. And basically, we wanted to look at, during the pandemic, one of the big things that exploded in a negative perspective was inequality, the gap between the rich and the poor. So for the first time in you know, history, the wealth of the world's billionaires surpassed $10 trillion. You know,
I know, I was one of them.
There you go. Well, more power to you, man.
I'm just kidding.
You got into crypto really early, right? So, you know, if you look at the United States, 0.1% of the US population owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. This is an unsustainable situation.
So how does like blockchain and crypto solve that, do you think?
So what blockchain enables us to do is sort of circumvent those traditional mechanisms in terms of value creation and control. The biggest problem in systems like, say, in the US system of capitalism is it's controlled by a very small, group of wealthy elite.
True.
And they don't really want the wealth distributed to
Yeah.
poorer people.
Yeah.
And so this is where blockchain and crypto allows us to circumvent that system. But as you've seen with institutional investment in blockchain, there's efforts now for institutional investors coming in and trying to pump it and dump it and sort of manipulate that because they want that control of that system.
So it kind of exists everywhere, right? Like, like even blockchain can be turned into that type of people who have a lot of money controlling the financial systems and stuff, right?
And this is sort of the core problem, is if you look at the nature of the economy in today's world, if you were to look at what makes an economy successful, you might say GDP growth, full employment, trade surplus or trade balances, et cetera. This is the way economists measure the economy.
Yeah.
And by that measure, Dubai or UAE is a very successful economy. China is a successful economy. The United States is the most successful economy we've ever seen by those measures. But if you look at an economy and its ability to take care of the needs of its citizens, on that basis, the US is a failure.
Yeah.
It's a demonstrable failure. And so it's time that we sort of start to say, what is the economy for? Who is it there to serve? Is it there to serve a very small percentage of the population, or is it there to serve all of the citizens? And that's really sort of the focus that we wanted to explore in the book.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, it's been really awesome having you here, and we're looking forward to more stuff from you as well.
Fantastic. Well, all the best, and it's great to be back in Dubai, and thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Thanks for watching. All right, we're here in blockchain world, and we're with the first NFT artist in the UAE, Miss Amrita. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing amazing. It's great to be here at Blockchain World. You guys are on point. I mean, it looks like I've stepped into the future. You've got everything from NFTs to a bit of blockchain, some education, so definitely worth a visit for sure.
Thank you, appreciate it. So could you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name's Amrita. I'm the first NFT artist in the UAE. And I'm an ex-banker turned artist. And then I'm an artist turned NFT artist. And I actually first created a genre of art called voice note art. So it's all based on a sound wave. So if you look behind me, that sound wave actually says the word Dubai. And so I captured the shape and structure of the sound wave. And then each of the lines of the sound wave I draw to match the meaning of the word.
That's super
And
cool.
you can do it for any word, like you can do it for city. I can do it for your name, Rami. I can understand. It's like a dynamic storytelling. So it's like me asking you about your life and being able to capture it.
That's super cool.
Have you heard of the phrase, a picture's worth 1,000 words?
Yeah, for sure.
So what I do is I flip it on its head and I say a word is worth 1,000 pictures.
That's super cool. So how did you go from banking to like creating NFTs and augmented reality and things that are so much different than like banking?
Well, I just, I think sometimes when you're younger and you have a passion, but you don't follow it. Instead, you go into, law or being a doctor or going into architecture, and you don't remember your passion. I kind of lost my way creatively over the years that I worked for different banks. But then I had a moment and I was like, let me go and find my voice. Let's get back to where I needed to get to.
Awesome.
And then that's when I started to create, NFTs.
That's so cool. So how has the NFT world treated you as an artist? Because I feel like you have a unique voice right now. You're an artist creating, not just any artist, like the first artist, NFT artist in the UAE. So how has it treated you? Do you feel like it's rewarding? Do you feel like you like the technology and what it offers you?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, the NFT world has been amazing to me. I think the community within either the NFT community or the crypto community, everybody knows that this is really the next key shift. So everybody is super supportive. But also from my art specifically, because my art is based on sound, it's dynamic anyway. Being able to capture that through different technologies and be able to create art as it's like NFTs were made for me, right? And then now what I've kind of done is I've taken people into different dimensions. So you scan the QR code in this artwork and it opens up into augmented reality. So you're, looking at an art piece is no longer just a,
2D.
like a 2D. It's a multi-dimensional experience with also has sound.
Yeah.
And I think the technology is just the start. NFTs are just the start, but you add creativity,
Yeah.
and then unlocks a whole new
So many
type of opportunity, a new type of artist, and a new type of art.
Speaking of opportunities for ways to be creative, you told me about your abaya. How does this work?
Yeah, you're like, what? How?
Yeah.
Well, through history, it's always been that art, finds its way into fashion. And so what I've done here is I've just made art the fashion. So you, with technology, so you just, tap. This is a digital chip. It's
Okay.
not even a QR code.
Wow.
It's like you don't even need a QR code anymore,
Okay.
right? So you tap that, and then you scan the image on my back, and that then turns into augmented reality as well.
Okay.
So your fashion is also something that's going to be really different. And imagine now this abaya goes into a 3D model. Now imagine I'm my avatar in the metaverse, and I can also be wearing this exact abaya.
Wow, that's super cool, and it also sounds really promising for like designers and stuff. Do you have any specific words of encouragement for people to maybe who are thinking about getting into the NFT space?
Oh my God! For me, I just think the sky is, well, the metaverse is the limit. There's so many possibilities, and this is a world where there's going to be so much more kind of careers, so to speak. So you talked about the different opportunity. You have now digital tailors. It's
Yeah.
actually a thing where they design, they know how clothes work, how clothes form, and you look into actually creating that digitally so you have
Yeah.
something unique. It's amazing.
That's really awesome. Well, it's been really nice talking to you, Amrita.
Thank you so
Do you have
much.
any final words to say, or?
No. My advice is don't be scared of NFTs. Understand that there's just so much creativity going on. And also don't be scared of the metaverse, because
lot
that
of
is the
potential.
future. Get yourself educated. Start by opening a MetaMask. If you don't know how to do it, Google or follow the Crypto Shakes podcast or do something, but get with the program, because this is the next dimension.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, we wish you the best of luck
Thank
here
you
at
so
Halicon
much.
Studios. That's it. Thank you for watching. All right, so we're here in blockchain world, and we're with Mansoor. How's it going, man?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good, thank you.
How do you like this event?
I've been liking it since I'm responsible somewhat of organizing it. What
Oh,
about
yeah?
you?
Well, I'm excited about this. I mean, I've taken some tour, and then I've heard about there was a speech about the real use of blockchain and IoT at the same time, and it's pretty much the knowledgeable, something fruitful, meaningful.
Yeah.
It's pretty good event.
Yeah. So you like the event in general? Have you experienced any of the things here? We have like gaming tournaments or like other things.
Well, let's say I'm not into the gaming stuff a lot, but I used to. But
So just
well,
the speakers.
Yeah.
Cool.
But for myself, let's say it's not just about the gaming, but there's something similar to it, which is Metaverse, which is something hot nowadays. But well, as I said, I'm not into the gaming basically, but
Yeah.
I said, without doing, in real, you don't know, you can't understand how it works. And I
True.
mean, you hear the Metaverse, okay, it's similar to gaming. No, I don't like it.
Yeah. So tell me, what interests you in the whole blockchain world and NFTs and crypto and stuff like that? What is the thing that attracts you the most?
In general, I mean, about
Yeah,
this
like why
crypto
do-
world and whatever. Okay, let's say for myself, okay, the first time I heard about this world, I mean, specifically Bitcoin, was in 2013, actually,
Wow, really
long time
early.
ago.
Yeah.
I mean, my best friend, happened to mine Bitcoin
Nice.
in 2013.
He's probably
Imagine-
a millionaire now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, nobody was talking about this one. He's my best friend, and he introduced me this Bitcoin. But I was like, what is this? it's
You didn't
like
believe in it.
a toy, or it's like a coin for gaming
Yeah.
or whatever. I used to game at that time, so
Okay.
and I always play with him. So I told him, it's like a coin for gaming or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like,
You didn't believe in it.
yeah.
What about now?
Totally different,
Yeah.
So I wish, I was buying a Bitcoin at that time.
Nice. So now you believe in the technology. Do you
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like
yeah.
it is the future?
Yeah, exactly. Because especially for myself personally, my experience, nowadays I happen to meet with the co-founder of, Cardano.
Oh yeah,
Cardano
for
coin,
sure.
yeah,
For sure.
sixth biggest coin
Yeah.
in market cap. He's actually Japanese,
Okay.
and I heard his story in person. So before meeting him, I thought crypto is much more about like trading, making money, investment, speculation,
Okay.
like this one. But after seeing him, he opened my eyes how that he launched the Cardano project not because he wanted to mine. No, he even was not interested in money itself. He was working on this project even like a volunteer. Why he was doing this?
Why?
Because he believed that the Cardano blockchain technology can change the world,
Yeah.
and he wanted to do that. And Cardano was once introduced as a project that resolves the problem of a casino. The problem of casino is always host wins and making, okay, host deserves to make money, but sometimes
It's unfair.
yeah, not
So
fair,
it's solving that issue.
too much maybe, So the project was supposed to approach this problem, but this was actually not true. It was just trying to catch attention of people. But the real use of that one was that's what my friend wanted to do, the co-founder. That he wanted to apply this Cardano blockchain technology to some developing or poor countries.
Yeah.
Why? Because these countries don't have like infrastructure system for identification.
Yeah.
Okay, ID, not just ID. Okay, now I'm Mansoor. Okay, my real name is not Mansoor, but my name is supposed to be registered in government, right? Municipality.
Yeah.
And in this system, you can find where you live, when you are born, your real name, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is something normal for some countries, but for some countries they don't have such system.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was kind of a replacement to that, right?
Yeah. So he's trying to deploy the Cardano blockchain to help this, matter, to make this infrastructure. Okay. And by doing the deploying this blockchain, okay, this identification system will be resolved. But without identification, what will happen? Actually, first the problem can be like you can't borrow money. Without
Yeah.
identification, people can't trust, or maybe to take investment. Okay, like a company, an investor from different country is interested in investing in this project.
Yeah.
Okay, which will be launched in this poor country. But the problem is there's no trust, no identification. Who's the owner?
Yeah. So it basically gave people without an identity a way for them to be able to invest, to borrow money, to use.
Yeah. So there's big problem, but he's now trying to solve this problem by this thing, and he's not doing. He's not always flying around the African countries actually, and he's busy with that. He never talks about or interested in the trading itself. Imagine.
Yeah.
He
just wants to improve people's
yeah.
lives. Yeah.
Okay, let's say in the reality he's now very rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of his
Because he solved the problem.
effort. Yeah, he deserved it, but he never got interested in
It
making
wasn't
money.
his intention. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a good story to tell, because I wanted to ask you, what do you say to the people that are somewhat skeptical of the whole blockchain and NFT thing?
Yeah.
They don't believe that it is solving problems. Like you just said, like a lot of people used it to their benefit. They managed to be able to invest or borrow money or stuff simply because they used the technology the right way. So what do you have to say to those people that say that?
Well, let's say it just needs education, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, we always, on a daily basis, we hear about many technological jargons, like terminologies, like,
Yeah.
let's say blockchain itself. I mean, I've found that most of people, many people actually don't know what blockchain is exactly.
Yeah.
They've heard, you know, blockchain, this word blockchain many times, but they don't know what it is exactly. So what they need is education, and like us as like influencer, we need to educate the people, you know.
For sure,
and
we have a
raise awareness.
responsibility to
Yes,
raise
yes,
awareness
yes.
about it.
Right. So this is what we have to do, you know.
Yeah.
It's our responsibility. That's what I believe. Yeah.
That's very good. Well,
Yes.
I really appreciate your time. It was such an awesome time talking to you. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Nice
That's
interview
it.
with you.
Thank you so much for watching, and join us next time.
Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it. Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it. Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it. Blockchain is changing the world. Let's change with it.
Hello. So if you're waiting to find out if you're the lucky winner of 1 Bitcoin, you will have to wait just a little bit longer. We're getting some things sorted out. So just stay here with us. We're announcing it very, very soon. And someone might have some life-changing money in their pocket very soon.
Can you check that counter, the counter there?
The other stage. أنا برا ما أدري هذا هو كان يسأل نفس السؤال. روح هذاك الكاونتر اسأله.
And one more. Excuse me, do you have a microphone? Yes, thank you so much.
Welcome every time.
Hello. No, we're not going to have any questions. Hello. Chain World! Woo! Who wants to win a Bitcoin? So the winner is Anas and Danosh. So let's close it up. Let's go.
I like how this is amazing seeing all of you guys here. I mean, this has been one of the most successful crypto blockchain events of this year that I've seen. There have been several. It's been amazing to see the huge sort of interest in the space, especially here in the Middle East, where it's very favorable to crypto now. And so I want to thank you all for being here, supporting Blockchain World, supporting crypto, the community, supporting Helicon NFTs. Shout out to Tom for doing a wonderful job. And,
Shout out to the whole GEM team, the organizers. It's been a fantastic event. And also, we would like to thank the UAE government for being such a forward-looking country in terms of blockchain and cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I hope you guys have also used this opportunity to learn more about the space, attend as many of the incredibly wonderful panel discussions we've had over the past 3 days. I think, it was cool to have Jordan Belfort here talking about all things from Bitcoin, metaverses, NFTs. Obviously, we've been doing our part, trying to do these workshops. We've had discussions on law, cybersecurity, all kinds of different things. So it's been a wonderful place for everyone to get together. It's amazing to see this community sort of being built. So I want you guys to take a lot of this away. Continue to build those networks. It's incredibly valuable in the crypto space.
All right, let's get started. So you all have been patiently waiting to find out if you are the lucky winner of 1 Bitcoin. So let's get to it. So there's 3 different prizes today. The third place will get 1,000 MOF tokens. The second place will get 100 file coins, which is a decentralized file storage system. And the winner will get 1 Bitcoin. All right, let's get started. So the rules was that whoever guessed the price of Bitcoin at, I believe, 2 p.m. today would be the lucky winner. And if you are the closest one to the actual Bitcoin price at that time, you will receive 1 Bitcoin into your crypto wallet. So, let's get started. The third place goes to Kamal Abdel Qasim. Woo! Where is Kamal?
So this giveaway was actually sort of done virtually as well. So
we have more than 2,000 submissions to the competition.
So Kamal, if you're in the house, come by and say hi.
And if you're not, we're gonna reach out to you, so we'll make sure you get your tokens.
Yeah. Slide into our DMs.
Yeah, and have a look at MOF token. It seems like an interesting token, and you never know where these things can go. So if you keep 1,000 of them, who knows? If the price skyrockets, you might be a millionaire in a few years. You never know. All right, so the second prize goes to Ibrahim Nale. Give it up for Ibrahim. Ibrahim, where are you? If you're in the crowd, please come over.
Repeat his name again.
Ibrahim Nale, Nahleh.
Anybody here?
Anybody here?
I don't know. Huh?
Is that Ibrahim? He left.
He left.
All right.
Make sure you reach out to him and let him know.
Yeah, so he's the lucky winner of 100 file coins. Now,
Wonderful. Congrats to him. All right.
Give it up for Ibrahim. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, so down to the big kahuna.
The final prize. This is life-changing money to some people. I mean, it's, you know, 1 Bitcoin, you can get it's a deposit on a house. You know, it's enough money to get started with your first company. There's a lot you can do with 1 Bitcoin, or you can just hodl it and don't even sell it because who knows?
That's what we would do.
It might be going to $1 million in a couple years.
Could be. So the price of Bitcoin that was at the time that we took the screenshot, the price was standing at $46,964.19. And the winner had a submission price of $46,962.60. So he was only $2 off.
Congrats to him.
So the lucky winner is Reagan Ongojo. Woo! Reagan, where you at?
Come in. Do we have a Reagan in the house? It'd be amazing if he was here.
Reagan, are you in the house? If you're not, we'll send you the Bitcoin.
Oh, it's a shame he's not in the house.
Reagan, I'm sure if you're streaming from your home, I'm sure you're going to be happy about this this news. Hope you spend it well. Hope you do the best out of your 1 Bitcoin. And if you're ever in doubt, just go into the Crypto Shakes podcast and learn how to, you know, deal with cryptocurrencies and the new blockchain economy. Thank you so much, guys, for everyone that tuned in. Thank you for all your submissions. Thank you for coming to Blockchain World. Make sure you come next year. It's going to be epic. This year was absolutely fantastic. Anas, do you have something to add?
No. I just want to thank you all again. We're going to have another one of these next year, so be sure to come back next year. It's going to be a fantastic event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woo!
Well, here another session, sort of with my good friend Giuseppe. My name is Anas Bird, I'm with the Crypto Shakes podcast. Giuseppe, we had such a wonderful time today. We had great discussion with Christel Bashara about art, NFTs, your role in the curation world. Blockchain has been quite interesting. I just want to hear from you. You know, what have been the key takeaways from your experience so far, given your sort of place in the art space as well?
Yeah. I think it's a like very informative session. We are having we are getting a lot of information, especially from me that I'm new to this field. I'm collecting a lot of information, meeting a lot of interesting and inspiring people, and I think especially your talks and your workshops are very interesting and straight to the point, narrowing down to what really needs to be communicated to the general public. And I learn a lot in these days, understanding how we can facilitate now all of this knowledge and spread all of this knowledge to the art community. Because as I say, the art community, they are still skeptical. They're still they don't know exactly what's going to happen. They don't know the technology. They don't know how they can adapt these functions to their narratives. So, but in general, I think that all of this is leading to an evolving, an evolving art. I mean, is helping art to evolve into the next stage.
Exactly. I mean, it's been very inspiring. I think I saw some of your kind of talks as well with the UAE NFT project, which obviously Christel Bashara is also involved in. It's very interesting to see whether we will maybe see more collections like this. Many artists, I mean, this is just the first that we have seen. Do you envision maybe in your kind of your work as a curator, do you envision maybe curating further collections with your other artists that you work with, maybe in the Foundry or elsewhere, and bringing them together to create other types of collections or NFT collections like this in the future?
Yes. Definitely, this is something that we are working on. We are working specifically now with the individual artists to develop a curated collection of their work. and trying to always target artists that are not yet in the market, artists who are new into this NFT world, and try to encourage them and also teaching them how to create these collections.
One of the most, I think, interesting points that we talked about in our presentation was, whether the traditional gallery space might get displaced by the online sort of crypto NFT kind of Web3 world now that sort of, there was some discussion about whether, traditional galleries are required, given that there's like a middleman. What do you think? What are your thoughts? I mean, we're probably still a few years away from that kind of future, but what are your thoughts on whether the traditional industry, the traditional art gallery space, how are they placed to face up to this new Web3 world?
Well, as I said, I mean, this ecosystem is still evolving because of these now NFT and Metaverse. I think accelerate this whole process. So many galleries closed down, but the gallery didn't close down. Not all of the galleries that closed down did that because of like economic situation. They did it because they realized that they can have a presence online. Their presence online could be more than enough. Artsy platforms such Artsy, for example, help them a lot to have like a presence online without having a physical space. Now, I think there are a lot of initiatives. They have an online presence, and some of them they simply are on Instagram. But I still believe that a physical presence and like human presence is always important. It's required, yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you. It was, I think, a really interesting little short interview. Thank you for jumping on this interview with me. And
thank you.
I'll see you guys the next one. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Didn't even know what to ask. So I was actually almost like mildly humiliated because I asked some weird questions and people were like, oh, they make no sense, all this stuff, right? Until I think 4 days after the initial post, a guy I went to high school with, he commented on my post and was like, yeah, I can help you, just DM me. So naturally, I DM me, and yeah, as I said, searched in online groups and forums. I went over to his place, brought some snacks, some food. We sat there for a couple hours trying to figure out what I did wrong. And I think we spent 5 hours looking through all the code, debugging it, and then it ended out, I just misspelled the word true with an A instead of an E at the end. So imagine our, like, oh, I almost went crazy. So after some time, we realized we kept in touch, we kept contact, we kept returning to each other, discussing ideas about code, discussing how we can improve ourselves, ideas, all this stuff. And suddenly, we let us start thinking, like, why was it so difficult for me to find someone to help me, in this case, with programming, or that had a shared interest, a common interest with me, right? Why did I have to go through a mild degree of public humiliation in order to just find one guy to help me with our exam, right? You should really be able to do something somehow. So that leads me to tell you, I don't know if you know this, but common interests are actually vital for a good relationship, right? Or I bet you, most of your good friends, you like to do the same stuff in your free time, right? And the more of the same stuff you like to do, usually the more you're together and the better friends you become. There's this study from an American psychologist in Psychology Today. You can Google common interests and relationships. And he says 86% of relationships that have a common interest last on an average of 50 years longer than a relationship with no common interests, right? So imagine you're husband and wife, and the only thing you do is watch Netflix or something, right? It's gonna give you 1 year and then you've watched all Netflix movies, series, everything. And then what do, right? Then you start getting bored and shit, the stuff goes bad. So, instead of just asking what we usually ask, like, do I know the same people? Are they close to me? All these things we're tended to ask when we're looking for new connections. Why is that the questions we ask? So we took a step back again, and we want to focus on why should I connect with the person? Why? Not when or how easy it is, or what do they bring to the table. It's why, like what interests do we share? Do we have anything in common, right? And once you know you have something in common, it becomes so much easier to start a natural conversation.
So another study said that I think 82% of Tinder conversations never result in anything, right? Tinder matches. So 82% of your matches you'll never have a conversation with. Why is that? Usually it's quite difficult to start the conversation, right? You'll start it like, hey, you'll get a hey back, and then what now? Like, what am I gonna say? How are you? Where do you live? What's your name? I mean, it's so difficult to find something to initiate the conversation and actually get some meaningful connections, right? But if you have a shared common interest, let's say you found someone who likes dogs, right? So you went into our app and you purchased a filter and say, I only want to see people who like dogs. So when you connect, you instantly know this is why you connected. So therefore, it's very easy to start a conversation saying, what's your favorite race of dog, right? How many dogs do you have? You instantly have something to talk about, something to discuss. So this leads us to how we help people actually meet these others with your common interests, right? So we have our vision or our slogan, which is take back your social. So the reasoning behind this is we want to give users back control of their social network. And we say users in full control, we mean that the user is in full control of who you see, why you see them, and how and when you see them, right? As well as what you share, who you share it with, and that we don't share anything unless you give our consent, right? So the second pillar of our vision is eco-friendly. So this seems like a very weird twist to some social app, right? How can they be eco-friendly? So our application offers an in-game currency which you earn by actually just connecting with people. So the more active you are, it's like earn to play, right? Like many other games you see. You can earn this currency, and once you have a certain amount, you can use in our shop. We have these features, and these features are what enable you to connect with people with common interests. So let's say, I don't know, you like to go surfing, so you can find someone who likes surfing. You'll buy the filter and say, for the next 10, 15, 20 swipes, I want to see someone who likes surfing. And if you connect with them, you can instantly talk about whatever you want in regards to surfing, right? So, to add a level upon these features, we thought, why only let people affect something in our app and not actually do something in real life? So we really wanted to empower people to be able to help the environment without really doing that much, right? Because everybody wants to help, but sometimes we don't have time, we're busy, we have full-time jobs, we have studies, friends, a social life, family, too much to do, right? So we added another level of features, which is called live features, instead of in-game, right? So these features, right now we have 4 of them, and each support their individual cause. So the first one is plant a tree. When you buy this feature, you get an emblem on your profile and you show everyone that you support this cause, right? The second is clean the ocean. You know, these 4 ocean companies, you can buy a bracelet and you clean the ocean, right? So you show your support for this. We have for children in need via Red Cross. And we have for animals, right? Mainly bears and bee population stuff, because they pollinate the plants and everything. So the reason we chose these are because we actually donate to all these causes already. And we wanted to let people actually, show their support. So currently, sadly, the only thing they get is this emblem that shows, I support this cause. But what we're looking to implement is making this in-game currency an actual cryptocurrency, which we've met some very interesting people that can help us with here. And then that will enable the user to actually donate directly from the application to a good cause, right? And then of course find someone based on the same cause. What better thing to do than go clean the ocean together, right? How romantic. Or what a good relationship to get started, doing something for the environment. So that's how we focus on being eco-friendly and trying to empower people to help from the comfort of their home, right? So the last but not least, for me, this is one of the most important things. We try to be as privacy oriented as possible. So in order to achieve this, many social apps, they serve ads, they sell your attention to advertisers, where they get your name, your age, all these demographics. So first off, we don't have ads. We've changed the business model from selling the users to selling the service. So like any other game, Fortnite, Call of Duty, there's no ads. How can they make money, right? Why can't social apps do the same? So that's one point where we don't share your data. Secondly, we've gone to the insane extent that usually when you have an application like ours, you'll use management tools to manage the user base, customer support, integrations, payment systems, all these things. But when you integrate your system with these services, you actually share all your user data. Every time you use the service, they need your name, all the demographics, to be able to verify, is that the right person asking for this permission, right? So we went to the extent and actually developed all these things from the bottom ourselves, just to make sure that the users don't unwillingly or unwittingly share their data with 15 third parties, right? I think I read a study from Facebook, and when you sign up for Facebook, on an average, for everybody in the world, your data is shared with 123 companies. When you sign up, you don't even do anything, you just sign up. For me, that's not a place to be, right? And especially if we want to empower people to tell everybody their interests and what they like, do you want that to be sold, right? If I go into the application and I want to find someone who likes dogs, it's going to feel a bit creepy if the day after I get 15 ads for dog foods or a cage for dogs, right? So we've completely removed this targeting and AI targeting, remarketing to people based on features. Instead, we just offer a good service, and for a little bit extra, you can pay not to play, right? You earn more coins, you get more features, bigger chests, bigger rewards, everything. So we just want to incentivize you to actually pay for the service, and this way we can keep it ad-free and make sure that your data stays safe and isn't shared with everyone, right? So now, what is Dedi? I've told you why we're doing it and how we're doing it. So what exactly is Dedi? So our main page is called Slide. Instead of swipe, you slide, right? So we've created this scale. You all know when people say, oh, he's a 10 or she's a 10, right? But that's based on looks. So what we want to get people to do is think, how much do I want to meet this person, right? As a default, everybody you say, I want to meet this guy more than 5, is a yes, below is a no. You can change this if you are not that stingy. But basically, we want to entice people to think a little bit more, right? It's too easy, no, 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 yes, no, no, yes, right? That's what you do right now, you just spam the button. So we want people to actually think about it. How much do I really want to connect with him based on his interest, Instagram, you know, everything you can add to the profile. Height, location, whatever you have, right? Yeah. The second page, as I mentioned, is the shop. In our shop, we've implemented many gaming features. The daily reward, which is where you come in every day and you get a little gift, so make it more fun, right? We'll give you coins, free features. Even we have an NFT that's hidden in there, so you can't be very lucky. And this shop this is how we monetize the system, right? So we utilize the same principles as all these other games do, where you can buy in-game assets, as Helicon are trying to do, right? Make money out of the in-game assets. You can buy features, weapons, skins, all that stuff. So we're trying to implement it in the same way, but for socializing. So for example, as the example I've said many times, if you want to find someone who likes dogs, and I like dogs, or I want to find someone who supports children in need, because I support children in need, right? No matter what you want to connect on, you can find them in there. And you know, interests change, right? On a Monday, I might want to go for a walk on the beach. On a Friday, I might want to go partying, right? So why should I be limited to only one interest if I have used just one app, right? Right now we have mini apps, niche apps. One's for people with beard, one for people with dogs, one for people who likes to skateboard, party. Like, you have 15 different apps. So we just want to bring everything together into one so that people can actually, you know, change their interest over time. Because we know you don't like the same thing for 10 years, right? You like the same thing for 2 weeks, and then you've done that, we want to try something new. So that's what we want to try and empower. The last thing is, of course, the connections. So we want to build deeper, better, and more meaningful connections with people, right? Instead of just having you sit all day, stare at people's perfect pose, right? Stare at their sponsorships, their ads, product placements, whatever. We just want you to connect, talk, and then exit the app, right? We don't care how long you spend or that you come back every day. If you make meaningful connections, that's enough for us, right? We just want to help empower people to find others that are equally as unique as them. So that takes me to the next step. Be unique, be rewarded, right? Everything today is about being unique, right? You see people popping up everywhere. I don't know if you know those island boys, for example, right? They're very, very unique, and they got found like this, right? So, current social media is basically killing individualism, because everybody always strives to be like the guy with most followers, most likes, you know, with the best looking people, all that stuff. So in a sense, they're kind of forcing us to act like these people in order to achieve or get the dopamine from the likes, the interactions that they give us, right? So social media is killing individualism because people would rather be like that guy with all the likes than they want to be themselves. We think that's completely wrong, right? People are like snowflakes. We're all completely unique. How can you compare one snowflake to each other? You can't, right? People should be the same. So we want to reward you for being unique. And what do we mean by that? That you should create value for others. By sharing all your interests and having other people share their interests, you create an immense value because people can find each other and help each other, right? Take my case. If I could have found Christopher, who's now also my partner in this project, in private, and I didn't have to publicly humiliate myself, that would have been such a great value to me, right? And imagine, I imagine most of you have had quite a lot of problems in your life, right? We all have problems, all different ways. And when you turn to your friends, they all often give the same answer because they have grown up the same environment as you, same education, same friends, same family. But what if you could connect with someone on the other side of the world who knows everything about the subject you're actually stuck on, right? So I was very lucky in my case that my old friend saw the post and commented. But if you don't have that, you know, luck in actually meeting that guy, you'll never find someone to help you. And especially when you're starting something new, which is always difficult, right? I think it's the first 4 months of anything new is always the worst. You don't know anyone, you have no one to help you, you don't even know what questions to ask, right? So if you could just find someone based on their interest, you would know you can ask them in private. You can search in private. You don't have to publicly humiliate yourself in order to get this connection, right? So, in essence, by sharing your interests, sharing your hobbies, telling everybody or showing the world what you care about, what you know, you create immense value for someone somewhere else who needs exactly what you know, or what you know, or what you know, right? We all know something unique, something different. We're unique. We have a certain perspective on things. Imagine if you could connect people with completely different perspectives, but with the same interest, right? So that's where we're taking it a bit twisted compared to Facebook, LinkedIn, all this, where it's basically about connecting you with people that know your friends, or have the same ideas, or are like-minded with you, right? So we want to challenge this perception and challenge people to make deeper, better, and more meaningful connection through common interests. And believe me when I say, when you go out today, I want you to try, the next person you talk to, or after that, try and find a common interest. And I swear, if you figure out you have something in common, start asking about that, and you'll be friends like that, instantly. No doubt. If you find a common interest in a person, that's the quickest way to create a deep, deep connection with them. Imagine, like, you can have a huge friend group, but no one knows anybody.
Hey guys, welcome back to Blockchain World. Here with the awesome team from Brava NFT, who have a pretty exciting project. So yeah, I mean, Brava NFT, what's it all about? And why are you here?
Hi, Timothy. Well, thank you so much for receiving us and give us the space to talk about Brava. We are a project that we are in Dubai, we're based in Dubai, and we start doing the collectibles of Amazonas, cyberpunk Amazonas. I love sci-fi, I love cyberpunk, art and the world of cyberpunk. So I started sketching. I'm an illustrator, I'm a digital artist, I do animation too. And then I start doing these characters, female characters, but with the cyber arms and with the, some warrior stuff. So then I talked with my friend, Crypto Dragonis. She's in Dubai too. And she was the one that said like, hey, your art is amazing. Why you don't put it on NFT? And I said like, what's that? So yeah, after like a few months, we are here. It's so excited. It's moving so fast. And yeah, this is a little bit how it starts.
So is this your first NFT project?
Yes.
Oh,
This is
awesome.
our,
Okay.
yeah.
And I believe before this you were doing fashion or clothing, that sort of
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, well, this project of Brava starts like 4 years ago. We start doing like some wearables, like T-shirts, caps, some stuff. And the whole idea of Brava, and even on those days 4 years ago, was supporting, we were against violence against women, right? So supporting all this no abuse and trying to support the, these corporations to help. So at those days, selling T-shirts, as you can imagine, was not too much, right?
Yeah.
So that's why when my friends are like, hey, let's get in there, we can get more profits for this and help, if you help more, you get more like. So that's why we start on this, and yeah, it starts like in fashion.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And how's it been so far, like your experience with NFTs, and what have you learned from
Well,
the project?
the learning is every day we're learning a lot. I learn even in my field in terms of illustration, like how you are gonna make the NFT collection, because we're launching 2,000 Bravas. Right now we start with the first launch is 500. And the way that you need to think like how the assets are gonna, match with the character. And the thing is that you need to keep the soul of the character, because sometimes it happened to me, you design some eyes, some mouths, some T-shirts or whatever. And then when the assets come in, something is not okay with the character. I don't know. I feel that the soul of my character was lost. So I did a lot of tests. So that's why, that's what one of the first learning that I had as a creative, right? Okay. In terms of, obviously, in terms of the crypto and all this, it's like just,
It's a lot,
yeah,
right?
it's a lot.
And maybe talk about a little bit more about the cause, because obviously I know you said it's against saying no to abuse, and it's stopping, and it's for empowering like women and being against sort of domestic violence, that kind of thing. But I mean, what kind of inspired the connection between that and the Bravas? Was that always the connection, or?
Well, everything starts because I come from Mexico, and in Mexico the situation of violence in general it's really bad, but especially in women's situation is just awful. It's really a nightmare. So for me, well, like how can I support, as a creative? Like I feel like I can't do nothing, so that's why I start doing this. And I said, like, we should give a little bit, something, whatever, just supporting, giving them, a character that can give you, I don't know, like, like a support, like a strength.
Yeah.
So that's how I start thinking about it. And then, well, with Brava, the plan that we have is like 10% of the profits are going to go to one Fondo Semillas, is the name. You can go to the website, Fondo Semillas. And you're going to find the amount of things that this organization is doing for women, not just in Mexico, even in countries around Latin America. More than 5 million women have been supporting for this organization.
I mean, that's a really cool project. And I mean, I know you said you like cyberpunk and you're all about sci-fi, which is also why you guys are here with Landrocker, which is an NFT game that's going to be coming out, say, early next year. So, I mean, what was the connection between Landrocker and I mean, what about you says sci-fi, what says action and combats that made you kind of like think Landrocker?
Yeah, well, basically when we talk with you guys, I mean, like we are in the same universe, right? Even when I heard the story, we have a story too. It's not just the aesthetic of the Brava. We have a story back of this. And it's basically this, it's like, it's a sci-fi universe. These Bravas are trying to save a world. And these Bravas need to move, right? Around this environment and stuff. So when we saw that you are doing with these vehicles and stuff, we said like, why not? We can put a Brava driving these awesome vehicles and stuff. So that's why we find a connection. And even in the story, I think that hopefully we can do some crossover there.
And when it comes to NFTs and the Bravas you guys are making, do you see a future in having them like work with games and like the play-to-earn space? So have the NFTs you currently created give them some more life in games? Because I think they would be pretty kick-ass characters.
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of the things that we have in the roadmap is that we're going to have a 3D Bravas. Basically, we already have the design modeling in 3D. And we're not going to print it for the owners. But obviously, if you already have the character modeling in 3D, why not? I mean, like the next step to put it in a video game, it's just like one step there, right? So yeah,
Okay.
of course. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be waiting for, because I also purchased a Brava myself, and I'll be waiting for my 3D model.
Yeah, definitely.
Just remember that there's a couple rare traits in my Brava that you need to make sure that don't show up again.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, you know, is there anything else that you would like to sort of touch upon regarding either NFTs or your experience as an artist in the NFT space? Like, what would you say to other artists who either haven't gotten into the NFT space or are thinking about it? Like, what would you give them as an advice?
Yeah, well, the message that I can say, like, it's gonna sound like a cliche, but it's completely true. Do what you love, put it there, and believe me, this is amazing opportunity right now for creatives and for artists to get the attention, to be in the market, and to have the attention that we always dream about. And we're not gonna talk about the profit. Like, I mean, it could be really a huge opportunity. So yeah, that's the message that I can send for the creators.
So you heard it here, guys. If you are if you're artists and you're not in the NFT space, you're missing out, right? That's pretty much the message that we're putting
true.
out.
No, definitely.
And if anyone's interested in Brava NFTs and they want to find out more about these like badass female, what do they do? Where do they need to go?
Yeah, basically just go to bravaNFT.io, visit our website, and you're gonna find there directly to OpenSea, because be careful with scammers and this, so yeah, go to the website, and you can find it even in Instagram, Brava NFT. So yeah, we waiting for you.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll have to hope that we get to see some more gameplay from Landrocker. But yeah, I mean, it's been great speaking to you, and I'm sure we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Timothy.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome back to Blockchain World. We've got Rodney here from the Crypto Art Fair. You guys recently had your first exhibit in New York to great fanfare, and obviously we had to have you back down here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I mean, if not first, then we're going to certainly be second. So tell me a little bit about the Crypto Art Fair and what you guys are all about. And
yeah, so we actually launched NFT Magazine almost a year ago to the date. So last December we launched, and we really grew, we really just blew up over the last year. I was honestly surprised myself, to be quite honest. I guess as NFTs were in the media and as the more celebrities that jumped in, the more our page grew. Because I remember when we started, we really wanted to learn a lot about the NFT artists that were in the space. And I remember Googling, looking online and finding just no content at all. And I was so surprised because it was a year ago, so the space was still developing, but I just expected a lot more. So we launched NFT Magazine. We really wanted to become the hub, the center where you're going to find quality NFT art. And I guess over the year we were obviously doing something right, because in our third month we grew by over 40,000 followers on Instagram.
pretty good.
With no advertising, no promo, just all pure organic growth. And then we started getting a lot of celebrity followers. The likes of, we started waking up to the likes of Mark Cuban in our DMs asking us for advice on his new lazy.com, which was quite surreal. A lot of art galleries, a lot of magazines. So then once we created that big following, we realized we wanted to create a physical presence, because the concept of NFTs is still so misunderstood.
Yeah.
And it's just not a very complicated concept, but it's just hard for some people to wrap their head around, especially when it's all online and it's all digital. So we wanted to create a physical presence, which is why we decided to go to New York. We think NFTs are exciting, they're different, they're disruptive. So we wanted to really reflect that with our first event, which is why we went to New York during NFT NYC, to Times Square, the entertainment hub of the world, and we got the biggest billboards that we could find in the heart of Times Square. And we showcased a lot of these really, really talented artists all over Times Square. And yeah, it was a huge success. Everybody loved it. We turned a lot of heads. A lot of people asking about NFTs. We wanted to put NFTs in front of the wider public, and we wanted people to experience it with friends, with family, you know, especially after the years that we've had in lockdown. We wanted people to experience art with each other, and, you know, not in isolation, alone, behind your computer screen, in your room. And yeah, we really wanted to show people that there's a lot more to NFTs than just these kind of collectibles that are popping up every day. We wanted to show some really, really talented artists that have been working their whole lives and are only finally starting to get the recognition that they deserved. And then, yeah, we decided, you know what, we needed to bring it to the UAE next, to Blockchain World, because we think what you guys are doing here is amazing. Like you guys said, it's not even, I wouldn't even call it a summit, it's like a blockchain festival.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for us about is that we found that blockchain is, hesitate to use the word echo chamber, but it's become a bit of an echo chamber where the people who are in the know kind of keep it to themselves.
Yeah.
And we feel that it's kind of it's time for blockchain enthusiasts, NFT artists. It's sort of a privilege to be in this space, and we think people should start to pay it forward.
Yeah.
Kind of get more people involved, and especially artists who work so hard, and so few of them actually make it, right? And there's a new tapestry that they can tap into. Why not give them opportunity to do that?
Yeah, definitely. Like when I was at the opening ceremony, I thought I was at a concert. I forgot that I was at a tech summit, to be quite honest.
Well, to be honest, I also didn't expect the guitarist and the BMX bikers, but I mean, I think it's probably like NFTs and augmented reality have their place, but I'm not sure it would have been quite as good if we told everyone to just hold their phones to the stage and said, here's the thing that's happening in digital space. So we felt like
here's a QR code.
A little explosion never hurt anyone. But when it comes to, obviously, you've had this art fair in New York, now you've had it here in Abu Dhabi. Is there any sort of like differences you've kind of experienced, or?
So we basically built a smart city on Solana blockchain.
Oh wow, on Solana.
In Sofia, Bulgaria, just outside of the city center. It's 18 kilometers from the center, close to the airport, and it's a 2 million square meter project where we will build a physical city where we will have like real estate, business park, also leisure, like a real city. And then on the other side we have a virtual twin in the Metaverse, so it's a one-on-one copy of the region.
Very interesting. And my understanding from my discussion with you earlier is it's sort of going to become like a Silicon Valley, but except very much tailored towards the crypto, NFT, metaversal, sort of Web3 community, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I guess there's like an ecosystem that facilitates and attracts these kinds of companies to come and build there in Bulgaria.
We choose Sofia, Bulgaria, especially for that reason, because we see a lot of startups, they get funding, but then they don't find the talent, because like most developers, blockchain developers and so are quite hard to find.
And expensive.
But in Bulgaria, it's the lowest tax in Europe,
Oh, okay.
lowest employee cost, and you have a lot of IT talent.
Do you? I didn't know that.
Top 5 in the world.
Interesting.
So that's the reason we do it there.
Wow. So maybe you could tell us a couple of the most interesting companies that you've kind of encountered within your ecosystem.
In our ecosystem are not yet, because we will start building the city in April next year. But in Bulgaria itself, like IBM, Cisco, HP, all the huge names, they are already there. So
All right, very cool. So what have you thought about Blockchain World? You know, you being here with Blockchain Valley, I'm curious to hear, I mean, has it been an exciting event for you? And maybe you could tell us a little bit about what's been something that you've learned from coming here.
oh, I'm totally blown away because this was the first edition. Only the size of the stage, so it blows.
Yeah, it was incredible.
It's a very high quality event. Because I do a lot of events. And if I compare also the people that attend, we also have a booth here, so we are constantly talking to people because they all want to know about blockchain and so. So for us, it was
A wonderful event, yeah. Well, thank you, Nico, for coming on this interview session with Blockchain World, and hopefully we'll do this again next year.
yeah,
And then by that time, Blockchain Valley will be in full steam. I'd love to hear where it goes from here. All right.
Maybe not only in Sofia, because we have some conversations going on from other parts of the world. We will discuss that next time.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you guys for coming along, and I'll see you guys next time. Take it easy.